OSC Championship. 13 Other Legends. Championship. Day 6. Am I the real Batman? I try to be. And the Batman for StarCraft games, saving them from all over the world. Oh, hello guys, how we doing? I decided to go for a walk instead of having a nap, so isn't that fun? Cool. Hello, how we doing? Welcome to the stream, or welcome back. If you want to watch the rest of the Thunderfire SC2 All Stars that we was just on, that was a rebroadcast. I'm going to give you guys the link in the Twitch chat now to today's live stream from that on YouTube. So if you want to just go back and watch those games, you can go and do that. So that's going into the chat like now. Nope, that's not the link I wanted. Hang on. Not going to work. Hang on. Can I delete things on Twitch? Nope, I've just pinned it. Jesus Christ. I don't delete my own message on Twitch. Right, cool. Good story. How do I actually go into this then? Oh, I copy it there. There you go. So the link's in the chat if you do want to go and watch that. But obviously we're here for OSC Championship action now. We're going to be getting into this in a few moments' time. So yeah. Let's get this ready to rumble. OSC Championship games. I'm looking for the bracket link, which is over here. Cool. Let me talk through what you guys are going to be seeing today. I've been watching the broadcast since yesterday. Yeah, it's been a hell of a weekend, to say the least. The stream has been live non-stop for like legitimately 36 hours right now. Obviously, a lot of that was rebroadcasting yesterday, and we've just rebroadcasting for an hour or so right there as well. But yeah, it's been live a long time, so. Yeah, it's been kind of a crazy little experience. Thank you for the videos. No worries. Thank you so much for watching. Hey guys, so OSC Championship, let me show you guys the bracket via the official website. We'll do it, and then we'll jump into some action. So press those buttons. This is what the bracket looks like. So the upper bracket is, as the upper bracket is, we'll not be talking about that today. We're focusing on the lower bracket, where we're going to be seeing a bunch of matches. We're going to be seeing Shameless vs. Nightmare as match 1, and then I actually can't remember the order, but I think it's Yakov versus Mana, and Nikoract versus ForJumy, then the winners of each of those versus Geralt / Creator. So basically, by the end of the day, we round out this section of the lower bracket, and all that's left in the lower bracket at that point is this section of like one player after the next, and obviously a lot more of this will be filled in once that upper bracket section is done up here, this Shin, Kua, Clem, Bjorn Hero section. So yeah, that's what's going on, that's what's happening. Came back to SC2 after more than 10 years. Glad to find your Twitch and play SC2 once again. Hell yeah, I'd love to hear that. Alrighty guys, so we're going to jump into this and get this on the go. Get this ready to start. So we're going to kick off into this matchup. Shameless versus Nightmare for first match of the day. I'm just double checking no one else wants to be here, but I don't think they do. Which means we can begin. Let's count down into it. Obviously, a lot of the other casters have been casting the same thing I have, guys, and they see one event a day and they're all happy and content. Obviously, that's not good enough for us, so we want to do as much as we can. My donation thing's kind of high. I guess that actually makes sense over the last 2 days. So yeah. All right. Let's jump into some StarCraft 2, guys. I will apologize a little bit. I'm a little tired. I'm not at 100% obviously after the affairs of this weekend. In case you haven't realized, we've just been off schedule casting at all sorts of hours of the night and stuff, so I will just apologize in advance because there is absolutely going to be a couple of points at which my observing is not quite there. I've also had a bit of a painful side today, so I keep adjusting. Sometimes when I move it hurts a little bit, so sometimes I move it hurts and I try and like touch it to make it feel better, if that makes sense, or like, you know, hold it a second. So sometimes my observer might just stop because I'm like, ooh, that hurts. But in theory, we should just be able to cast some StarCraft 2 and kind of get on with it. So, without further ado, we're going to get this going. Gate and the assimilators coming up. We get started off here for a couple moments. And yeah, is this live? Yes, this is live. Live games, with me, Wardy. This is the OSC Championship, so these games are part of the OSC Championship, which we've been casting. This is day 6 of the Ladder Legends Championship bracket, and then we'll be having this today, day 6, and then next week we have day 7, 8, and 9 as we wrap the tournament up. Isn't that exciting? I think it's exciting, because it's always cool to crown a champion. So yeah, if you want to watch more of the Thunderfire, the rebroadcast that was going on, that's available on the YouTube or on Twitch in VOD format. But we are now here for the OSC Championship games. So with that said, we got a couple of probes going to come nibbling at each other to start things off. Gates coming up, Cybercore's coming through. I'm actually going to tab 1 second, guys. Just going to check where attached to the correct thing on Team Liquid, which we are not. So give me a second. Bam. Let's try that. There we go. That should fix up the problem there. Let me get this going. Alright, PvP. I love that this matchup is first. I actually think this is a great PvP to start the day off on, to be honest. Nightmare versus Shameless. I actually think this is really, really cool. So, yeah, really cool matchup. Excited to see kind of how this plays out and to see kind of who comes out on top. Like, Shameless has been good lately. I think Nightmare's got to be your favorite coming into this, but I think it'd be kind of silly to think that this is going to be a one-sided affair at all. Shameless really has been very good this year and has put out a good set of results and a bunch of good matches, so I'm really expecting him to actually come in here and yeah, be the underdog against Nightmare probably. Nightmare took down Trigger to be here as well, so his PvP's clearly going well lately. I'd be surprised if Shameless didn't look somewhat decent during this series and didn't put on a show and put on some competition here, so that said, we will see. I mean, there's no guarantees, right? The beauty of StarCraft 2 is that, you know, no one really knows. But, yeah, I'd be surprised if we didn't see some fun stuff. Now, we do see next as a piece, so we're already going to start this series with a little bit of action, which involves basically saying, let's go into some expanding, which is not always the case for PvP, so we'll see what that maybe comes to. Let's see the Stalker and the Sentry coming about. Just going to see the Adept going to come around that bottom side. A couple Sentries and the Stalker coming up around the top as well. So just going to get up top for a couple moments and get this into play. Hallucination coming out for a moment or so, and get that going. Just going to be seeing the Adept. Going to try and shade through in toward the Natural. Get that into play. Next is Twilight Council building. The probe on the way. The Warp Gate about to complete. Got a cancellation here as we do have the Blink continue to build on the Twilight Council at the moment. So we get that underway. We get that started off. I'm just going to be seeing the 2 Sentries and the Stalker going to make their way over around the right-hand side, where they're actually going to run into this Adept already. So Adept going to get caught, and we'll take a little bit of damage. Drop a force field that stops it moving up, but it's already shading in that direction, so I'm not sure what exactly the plan maybe was there. Any which way, we have ourselves, like I say, a Blink on the way up from both players, and that's going to give us just a nice standard way to open up this PvP, right? Blink a piece, expansion a piece, and like I say, just pretty normal stuff in the first few moments of this opening game. Cool. So yeah, Blink coming online, that Nexus and the Pylon coming up as well, so bring all of that through. We just have the few units actually poking down from Nightmare. He's going to put some pressure onto this third base right now, looking to put a little bit of damage in, looking to get some work done, so looking to see if he can see some success in these next couple of moments as put some damage out. We shade backwards. This one Adept does go into the Natural, and we'll go for a couple of probes actually, so not a bad Adept by any stretch of the imagination. Pretty successful, all things said and done. Robo Facility now on the way from both players. So again, the Robo Facility coming up, the Nexus coming through, and yeah, a couple Stalkers and the Blink on the way out against those probes, against that Robo Facility. All of that coming by as well. So Nexus comes down onto the third base right here, just going to be seeing the Hallucination of Shameless making its way over to that right-hand side. And you're going to be seeing the Nexus coming up from both players. Robotics Facility on the way up as well. Bringing that through, a couple of Stalkers going to get warped in, and these Stalkers going to get that Hallucination. Going to take some shots as well. The Gateway is building, the Robo Facility coming online, so we just again get a lot of that coming by for the moment. The Observer producing through from Nightmare, and we're going to take this Hallucination across just to keep the information going from both players. Both players want to know what's going on, both players want to see what's happening here, so that's exactly what they're going to try and do with these Hallucinations. Just keep the scouting up, and try and get as much, like I say, information as we can possibly get. So yeah, this Hallucination moves around over this side, and the few Stalkers going to pull back over this way as well. I mean, we just keep moving here for a couple of moments right now, so Keeping things on the move, Immortal in charge on the way up from Shameless, so both players are in a pretty similar place. I mean, a little bit ahead charge and +1 from Shameless. He's a few workers ahead as well. He's heading into an Immortal where his opponent is not. We see a few more gates on the way from Nightmare. That is going to be him catching up by 2 gates as well. Wow, he really is Nightmare just behind in kind of every single way at the moment. Like, Shameless is in a, I say, very good position. It's a bunch of slight leads, but there's just no way in which he's behind in comparison to his opponent. So it definitely gets pretty interesting pretty quickly in that regard. And you see these Stalkers coming through, going to get a probe at the front, now hitting the pylon for a moment or so. A few Stalkers blinking back in return and putting some more damage out over there. I mean, Temple Archives now coming up from both players as well. You can see that Shameless wants to get a 4th base of his own. His opponent is already placing his down, because once again, they're doing the same thing as each other. So if they're doing the same thing as each other, then yeah, we're probably going to be kind of ending up in this similar sort of scenario of kind of getting the expansion or trying to get the expansion. And then again, for the moment, they just continue to copy each other early and see what more they can do / find over the coming moments. Stalkers return all the way over to the right-hand side. It's going to be seeing another hallucination. Again, information is key in this matchup, and we're going to play just like that's the case here as well. So just making sure that we know exactly what's up and make sure that there's just going to be no opening to take advantage of or anything like that in these early stages as well. Got those 2 Knight Templar warping in right here from Nightmare. Just going to bring those about. Get those on the go. The few Zealots are coming over. The Nexus coming through as well. Zealot Stalker, Immortal Archon gathering up right there. We're going to get the Prism coming in on both sides of the map as well. So that continues through 2. A little bonus for us at the moment. And seeing where this next moment or 2 of this game takes us here on Tourmaline. Opening map, both players could not have been kind of given us a more macro-based vibe if they had tried, honestly. As, yeah, Nightmare and Shameless both just expanding, upgrading, like I say, really just establishing for the future. So like I say, really giving you that kind of macro vibe just across the board. Like I say, hard to really say anything other than that. And you get one grab on this bottom side, but yeah, I mean, it's still not going to be much of an opening, especially when both players are doing fairly similar things. Like, yeah, maybe Shameless was a little bit faster to get there here or there. In general, though, like, yeah, he may have been a bit faster, but it's still pretty even. And he's actually on a bit of an army supply lead. He's got a bit of a work lead now, too. The unit difference is coming from just Zealots. He's like 12 Zealots ahead. He's actually down 1 Archon, but he's just got a few more Zealots in the game than what Shameless has. That said, Shameless would be faster to the +2, so if a fight happens and Shameless just gets his warp in to kind of play catch up on the Zealot count like this, you know, it's really going to be still in Shameless's favor. He's moments away from the +2. Nightmare just going to go for this, which I find baffling. Out of all the moments to go, why is right now? Like, what did this, you know, what just made you just say, yes, cool. I just walked across and saw your army defensively placed on your 4th. Perfect timing. A couple of Zealots across the map will go into the mineral line. It's not even like I can maybe... It's not even like I think it's necessarily the worst idea you could ever have as Nightmare. I just don't know what actually instigates it, just out of pure curiosity. And you see the 2 Immortals left over from Shameless. That's going to be a big deal, especially against what is a few Stalkers, so that's going to do a lot. The Zealots were nice. They forced a warping back at home, so it's less units defending over on this side. And that is going to be a defense made on the side of Shameless. So Shameless defends, and wasn't even bad for Nightmare. Resource loss is kind of even, so it's actually a pretty fine fight. I am just genuinely shocked at the fact that this was an army that kind of drew us out so far in the first place, to be honest. So yeah, a couple more Archons coming through. The Zealot Immortal Archon up around to the top side. Let's see a few Stalkers already pinging in onto the pylon, now onto the rest of the Stalkers as well. Just seeing the other Stalkers pulling back for a couple of moments. Observer there gets taken out, so we do remove some of the vision available to Nightmare for at least a moment or 2. And now these Stalkers going to step forward once more, and again, try to see just what else they are up to, what else is happening here in these early stages. A couple shots coming about. Units are going to continue to move around, and she's going to go chasing over to the left-hand side for a few moments as well. It's just positioning over here for now, as we are going to be seeing the Stalkers and the Archons. I mean, this is a fun scrap. Shameless definitely taking the edge on this early. Can he continue to capitalize? I think so, because he's got so many Zealots left over. Zealots being left over really is the key factor in these PvPs, because as soon as Zealots are left over, bam, your opponent's tech units are going to get surrounded, chased, and then cleaned out. And when that happens, the rest of this really does start to become just a problem from there. So it's a really nice cleanup on the side of Shameless. He'll not continue through just yet, maybe waiting for the Prism so you can warp into the fight. Get the +3 attack upgrade well underway too. That's going to be a major upgrade lead that Shameless can try and take advantage of. Yeah, this base is obviously an open one that we can maybe try and jump onto, but does not seem to want to go and risk it in that direction just yet. As the rest of the army from Shameless back around into the center, over to the right-hand side. Yeah, the +3 attack coming up on both sides, but it's so much faster for Shameless. Expecting him to take an edge in this at some point soon. Zealots and Templar are going to move forward, and we go to this mineral line here. Just going to start firing. The couple of Archons are going to start shooting away. Going to bring the rest of these units about, as we are going to see the extra Zealots warping in right now. The cannon coming through. We are going to have ourselves the couple of Zealots being picked off still, so again, we work on that for a couple of moments. This is just going to be too much from Shameless. He is going to come out swinging in this series then. I mean, honestly, what's kind of wild is that it wasn't even off the back of that previous fight of Nightmare being bad. It was more so just that Shameless showed up and found himself a great fight out in the center of the map. He's going to take game 1 of this PvP, opening up strong in the series and in our first match of what will be 5 best of 5s today, guys. So 5 best of 5s today. Then we play out the entire rest of the bracket next week, which is, if you ask me, very exciting as well. Definitely looking forward to that, especially some of those winner bracket games are going to be absolutely stackarood. Yeah, that's going to be a good one for sure. Yeah, excited that that's just next week's action as well. Like, we really have a fun few days. That's Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday next week for OSC Championship. So we have the 1 day off tomorrow for the Monday Cup, and then 3 more days to wrap up this tournament, which is obviously super exciting, because obviously wrapping up tournaments is fun. I'm actually away at the weekend, although the Wrongy Cup groups are on. I might cast Friday, I might not, but I'll not be here Saturday, Sunday. I'm not decided yet. If I don't cast Friday, we might do... I think I know what I'm going to do. I think actually well, Saturday and Sunday I'll get the replays. We'll probably cast them for front page on Monday, so I'll probably do the WardiTV Mondays into some casting extra, or some group stage casting if I still need to. Although that said, because I'll be probably won't have too much, but we'll probably do something like that. It's going to be a long stream on Monday no matter what, so yeah. What's up, guys? Good morning to you all. If you're just waking up, where have you been? We've casted a whole freaking tournament already. Where have you guys been at? Jeez. Unbelievable. You guys taking some time off or something? Yeah, no, we've obviously casted the All-Stars this morning already. We're now in OSC Championship territory. And we can dive into this next game right now as we kick off into the top left side of the map. The Blue Protoss player with a 1-0 lead in this series is going to be Shameless. Up against the red Protoss. Over on the bottom right corner, it is Nightmare. Just gonna take my hoodie off, guys. Give me 1 sec. Yuppie. It's kind of cold now that I've taken it off, but it's feeling really bulky. I was feeling really like trapped in. It's because I got a hot water bottle on my side trying to get a bit more comfortable. Pain. The things we do for StarCraft, huh? Unbelievable. Alright, David's coming up. Somebody's on the way in. I wonder if I have a... Oh, you know what? I've got a hoodie on the floor that's not a pullover hoodie. That's exactly what I need. It's actually exactly what I need. Oh, great situation. Don't mind me, guys, just trying to get warm. I need something that covers my arms but doesn't go around my front. And this is perfect. Sick. What a life. So you're gonna have to excuse my t-shirt because apparently I've got avocado on it. Cool. God, I'm a mess. Alright, well, you know, you can't blame me. It's been a crazy day or two. We've done a lot of casting. The live stream has literally not gone down for the last 36 hours, so... we turned it off to reset it, and that's about all we've done. That's about all we've done. Alright, probe, we're going to nibble at the other probe, so we take a moment or so. We're just going to be seeing the Stalker sentry on the way up against the double Stalker, the Warp Gate coming through on both sides as well. Here we go again. Thought we were done with SC2 for the day. No. God, what do you think we are? rookies that only cast one tournament a day? No, no, no. We got this tournament today as well, which is very exciting. Because, yeah, I really do love this event. OSC is so much fun. You just get to cast such a different kind of array of players to what we usually get to cast. And obviously some of the big boys are in here as well, and we'll see some of them later on too, but yeah, it really is such a fun kind of different array of players. And there's a couple of Stalkers in the center going to move up. Forcefield comes down on the ramp. Stalkers will trade out. One Stalker over here is going to get picked up. Two Stalkers and a Sentry from Shameless coming over the right-hand side and just chasing that Stalker down for the moment. Chasing away at that, Sentry's coming through. Nexus building on both sides of the map, so getting into the naturals. Here's going to be a little bit of a faster expand from Nightmare. He throws the Twilight Council down pretty quickly in follow-up as well, so just get that straight underway here. And the warp gates will be done shortly, as Shameless has yet to show us any tech, right? So no tech from him. He has the high ground there against those Stalkers. Ooh, a little bit of indecision. He didn't know which way he wanted to go. He gets the force field to kill that Stalker at least, so he goes 2 for 1, but maybe without the indecision, he could have had all. I think he wanted to go around here, but then he was like, if I go down here, what if he just keeps moving upward? So then you're kind of taking even longer to still not really catch him. At least here, you caught a force field and you kind of forced him back. Well, we do see a fight continuing. We've got to be careful here with all the units, as Shameless taking a good little start of this. He is going to get rid of this Sentry pretty quickly, and yeah, his own Sentry's still alive, and he's going to push Nightmare back toward the ramp, going to try and target the battery on this low ground. One more Stalker going down. We lose the Sentry. But this is pretty much going to be all they wrote, right? I mean, 2 more Stalkers warping in. Obviously, you've got the high ground to pull back to, and you've got the battery available. I don't think you find anything else at this point, unfortunately, as Shameless, so not be able to do too much else. A couple Stalkers keep trading out for a couple of moments. I'm just going to be seeing these couple of Adepts also going to try and make their way around here to make another play. Again, trying to sneak in here, there, and wherever they might be able to find. Stalkers chasing, one more Adept going down. Just for the moment, I mean, this is still a continued fight. Shameless is going to trade out kind of all the way, it seems, which is maybe a little bit raucous than, you know, more raucous than it needs to be. But, yeah, it's going to find himself chased down. You know, going to be seeing the Twilight Council, the Immortal, all building here. Blink and So coming up. We get that on the way as well. So bringing that Blink through, a couple of Stalkers coming online. Gonna get those warped in, clear up this final unit, and this is going to be, like I say, a Blink well on the way. But it's a Robo facility out of Shameless, so he's going to show us the Robo while going into the Twilight Council as a follow-up to that, and then just seeing where we can go from there. Stalkers gathered together. Again, a couple gates and Robo facility both building up over here as well. The Adept is going to make a shade in toward the natural, in toward the main. Cancels that up, does not go any further. Just going to see the Blink coming through from both players right now. So just bringing all of that up and online. And yeah, another little Adept shade moving through. Just going to have the Adept chase down for a couple of moments. Again, nothing really too severe here just yet. Gateway's coming up. And we're not mirroring each other, but we're going to end up in similar scenarios where it's going to be Blink versus Blink. There's just going to be much faster Immortals on the side of Shameless, and he's going to be a bit more safe about things, so he's not going to go into the, yeah, he's not exactly going to go into the third base super quickly either. He's going to be a bit slower about that, but generally speaking, the comps are going to be similar. The biggest difference will be whether Nightmare builds, Immortals or not, because that's something right now which we do not really have an answer to or information on, I guess, so just looking to figure that part out. Do see the rest of this just coming about. The Stalker's gathering up. The Blink is coming in. It's going to be seen again, that Prism coming around. The Stalker's going to get a Hallucination cleaned out. And again, that Blink coming up as well. Forge also producing through just for the moment. Getting all of that up and online. Looking good for now. Plan one just up into this main base. The few Stalkers all gathering together here. And we are going to be seeing a couple extra Stalkers warping in as well. So we're going to be bringing a lot of this just up and running straight off the bat. It's a big push from Nightmare, who goes straight across the other side to try and make a little bit of pressure coming down. We're going to have that force field coming into play as well here already. So just kind of keeping him back and not really allowing anything to come of this just yet. Now losing some probes. The Adepts get into the mineral line. And they will be good for a couple of kills right off the bat. So a couple workers going down. It's going to take us down to 4 workers killed. The rest of these stalkers continue through as well. They get back to the high ground and pull away here. Just repositioning for the moment. Immortal, 2 additional gateways all coming online. Again, we get that up and running. +1 and charge coming through. The charge on the side of Nightmare coming about as well. We'll see again a lot of the stalkers still setting up in the center of the map now currently. It's a push. It's a push, it's a push, it's a push from Nightmare. He starts to move through. Tries to pull it back for a second or so. Just pulling back over this side, and we are going to see the stalkers just collecting back around as well. The gateway is still coming up. Again, obs and the charge coming through. The +1 attack upgrade coming by as well. Just going to see our stalkers continue to come about right now. Five probes going down. Shameless still taking damage. Shameless is getting cleared out a little bit, slowly but surely in this game. 11 probes killed, so that's definitely adding up over time. It's definitely a number that's going the wrong direction. He just gets some adepts over here now. He'll get some probe kills of his own. That's been a long time coming. So Shameless finally finding a bit of damage for himself now. Stalker's gonna get out the front. We're just gonna sit there and sit fine and dandy for a moment or two as we get back on track. A couple more of those zealots coming into play. And again, charging the +1. Both going to be producing in the next few moments. So 7 workers. Shameless is about to have himself the charge and the +1, like I say, so he'll have that on his side as well. He's down almost 20 army supply. Well, he's down over 20 army supply. I said almost. I was almost predicting a warp in that just never came. As we warp in a couple more zealots here, we're just going to send this forward. The Zealot Stalker Immortal will begin to press through. And we get into the natural. Battery goes down. Probe is going to fall. Re-engage into this, and we are going to see the stalkers going back and forth with one another. More shots still coming about, and we continue to chase through for a couple of moments there. +2 attack building currently as the 2 High Templar also coming online just for the moment. The stalkers and the zealots going to engage in once again, and Nightmare killing 14 probes already, amazing for him. Can he actually continue through on this army? This is a weird fight where there's not much splash damage, if any. The only Archon here from Shameless is right in the back, so Zealots are just not dying, and as long as Zealots aren't dying, you're going to probably be in a pretty okay spot to just keep taking these trades and to keep making things happen here. That's one Archon's now in the front. This is the problem in general, is just that the tech units are starting to get to the front, and the expensive units are going down for Shameless. Nightmare again came into this with more money, with more supply, I should say, as Shameless chose to spend his money on an upgrade. That +1 is done, but it's not going to save him here because he just didn't have the numbers. Again, upgrades are nice when numbers are close, but when numbers get offset already, upgrades are not going to make a big difference, and that's very much so the case here, where the number gap was just a little bit too high for anything to really be done about it. Nightmare going to respond strongly with a Game 2 victory, and that's going to tie us up to the 1-1 scoreline. So Shameless, Nightmare, both getting tied up 1-1 in this best of 5. Again, everything is best of 5 in the OSC Champs bracket as until the finals, and series obviously no different to that, as we're going to go, like I say, 1-1. We'll just run some of the ads to start us off here, guys, before we get into more action. Thanks for the ads. No worries. I'm very happy to provide ads to you guys. I know some of you can't wake up in the morning without your daily dose of advertisements, so gotta make sure I'm delivering, doing my part as a streamer to help you guys out, help you guys stay on the right track, you know. Fear not, Wardy's got your back. Good guy, Wardy. Free StarCraft, free ads. What more can you have? Everything's free here on the stream. We don't charge for anything. We don't charge for anything. Boom, 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 boom. Believe it or not, it actually gives you be right back moments. What do you mean by a be right back moment? What Twitch just tells you I'll be right back? Or you just makes you want to go BRB? Do 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 do. Everyone has the new BRB, yeah. That's all good. I'm not gonna blame anyone for business. I mean that works. If you see an ad but you BRB, then you go do something you need to do, and you come back and the ad's done. You know. Nothing wrong with that. I don't get paid for you sitting at your computer to watch it. you know, unless you've been really kind of security risked, they don't have that information. So I get paid whether you sit there and watch it or you walk away. Looking for information what type of oven you should purchase. Is this based on the air fryer oven thing early, or is this just an actual discussion about the ads or something? Because there was a massive debate about air fryers in the chat earlier, and I was too tired. I still am too tired really to deal with it, but chat was a bit too busy for me to actually really keep up with what the hell everyone was talking about. It was a thing. It was a definite thing earlier on, for sure. Do 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 do. Bow bow bow. Came for the oven chat, stayed for the StarCraft. Yeah. I came to sell out, and I StarCraft in between. So you know, we all have different purposes and ways we ended up here. Cybercore coming up at the gateway. Don't know why we're singing it like a song. Probably because the StarCraft music's just good. I feel like it's because I've not heard the StarCraft music properly all day, because it's been just like a little bit too quiet. So now that I'm properly hearing it, I'm just like bopping along, having a good time. Probably my favorite music in the world, because let's face it, I've probably listened to it more than anything else ever. How many times do you guys reckon I've listened to each of the StarCraft 2 soundtracks, actually? What do you reckon the number is on that? How many different soundtracks pieces can even play in StarCraft 2, actually? I don't even know that number, if I'm honest. Guess we can do some math from there. It's one of the best SC2 tracks? Yeah, it is. Sounds good. I mean, all of them are really good. At least 3 times? Well, that's better math than I was about to pull out. Let's follow on this pro, guys. Sorry, I'm going to be probably a little... I've not been observing for the last 2 days, so I'm like, my brain's off in that respect. And B, I'm going to lose attention a little bit today for sure, so I apologize in advance. I'm going to do my best to keep it together, but... Like I say, I woke up 10 hours ago already. Which wouldn't have even been so bad if it was just a normal day, but obviously I'm recovering from a lack of sleep going into Saturday, and it's just been a whole thing in general. Follow this scouting probie around a little bit. He's really just scouting around this right side nightmare, trying to see what's going on here on Winter Madness. Game 3 of this best of 5 series. Sendry going to join us down this ramp as well. Again, everything today is once again from the elimination bracket, so lower bracket here. Everyone that loses is knocked out of the contest and will lose their chance to become OSC champion this year. Fire Council building through. Next is coming up. We do see a couple of Stalkers on the way in as well right now. 2 is just bringing all of that up and into play. Forge coming online, bringing that into action. It's going to be seeing the Twilight Council still coming in for a moment or so. And yeah, the Forge coming up on one side, the Blink coming straight up on the other for a few moments here. Just again getting a lot of this up and rolling for the early stages. Here in this game 3, so it's going to be Blink on Blink. Going to be that Forge, like I said, coming up for Shameless, and not afraid to try and get into the nice fast upgrade. We'll see what we do on the side of Yeah, I guess we'll see what we do on the side of Nightmare without the upgrade, right? Like when you're taking the upgrade, you know, if one guy's getting the upgrade and the other guy's not, then you have to ask yourself right away, like, well, what are we trying to do here? You know, what's our goal looking to be? Blink +1 continue to come about just for a moment or two. Get this underway. Facility building through, and the next coming by. A couple of gates on the way out. A couple more stalkers getting warped in, and we will have the Stalker Sentry gathering up just toward the third base. Hallucination Bob's going to move over to the sides. And just move up to the other side of the map to see what else is going on here. So, take a couple moments, nothing's crazy. Finally coming down, the Stalker Sentry stepping forward. And like I say, we'll take a moment or two to see how this plays as our other units all coming about. Stalker Sentry on a good little trip forward for a moment or two, so coming straight across and seeing where we can go. Stalkers will end up hitting this Nexus. Trying to play clean up there. A couple of Stalkers have to blink back a little bit and trying to stay out of trouble. I'm going to see 3 probes going down already as the couple of units dive by into the natural. The Adepts here are doing a great job. So Shameless taking a bunch of damage already. So right off the bat, he's going to be taking a bunch of hits. So that part's not exactly ideal. The rest of the Stalkers now coming back up through the top side. Seeing what else is going on here as well as they just return back home. So Nightmare gets in, gets some damage, and I guess that's the answer to what we do. Without the +1, we just come in and we get some damage done, and we just go from there. As the charge and the +2 attack upgrade going to be building up as well. Just building that, bringing that through. And the rest of these Stalkers coming about also, and they're going to head down to that bottom right-hand side here. Xyzella coming down, just going to be seeing the Stalkers starting to fight forward a little bit. Going to be seeing a little bit of feistiness breaking through at the same time here, so a little bit of fight breaking out. The Stalkers now going to trade with each other, and Nightmare and Shameless both showing us some of that fun micro here just to begin with, so looking pretty reasonable at this point right now. Getting this underway, and yeah, resetting a little bit. Temple Archives coming through. Gates, Prism, +2 attack upgrade, all building up as well, so a lot of that coming in. And those Stalkers already getting turned out of here for a couple of moments. Away for now. A lot of these Stalkers super low from Nightmare, so if Shameless could find a way just to finish a few of them off, numbers might not look so bad for him. Work account-wise, we're actually pretty even as well still. And that +2 attack is nearly done from Shameless. There's going to be a time where we kind of get evened on the upgrades, but there's going to be a significant time where we're going to be on an upgrade advantage on the side of Shameless. And that's coming up very shortly here, so... Stalkers and the Zealots continue to push through, just getting up to the top side. The few Stalkers blink away to the side once again. And peeling back, trying to minimize everything that's going on just for the moment. Stalker gathering up, just going to stay around that right side. The Archon is going to come through. It's going to be clearing out the Observer that was there, so nice little grab as you see Shameless just going to step away. Once again, he's down in supply. 125 to the 140 at the moment, so Shameless' supply hurting a little bit here as the battery comes up and the Zealots still coming through. 6 additional Zealots on the way, 8 Zealots on the way from Nightmare. We're going to take this fight, we're going to run forward and we're going to engage Zealot Stalker against the Zealot Stalker. 3 shots coming back in return. We are going to see those Zealots still closing the distance. We blink through, going to get the Prism. The rest of the Zealot Stalker still chasing, and the Archon going to be there to help us chase as well. And that is going to be a good shutdown. Shameless chases once again Nightmare away, so good defense still being brought in. Again, the +2 will help with that, and straight to the +3. So again, that early upgrade was not just about the first upgrade, it was really about all the future upgrades as well. The benefit of having +1 early, it has that knock-on effect to +2, the knock-on effect to +3. And he's really looking to, like I say, double down on that a bit by just making sure those upgrades are constantly rolling out. And it's going to give him a lot of fights with an upgrade lead in this game, so it puts Shameless into a much better spot there, honestly, over the grand scheme of things. Darkstalker Archon gathering up, +3 over halfway done. A few extra Zealots building by Nightmare. One way then the other. Do you want to attack? Shameless is going to attack. I wouldn't mind Shameless setting up and then attacking as his +3 finishes, right? Take a 2+2 upgrade lead, engagement. That would seem pretty decent if you ask me. All of these units coming to the other side of the map. There's going to be that Observer overhead as well. And Zeldstalk Archon. Moving in underneath. A couple warp ins, a couple more units being brought by. 4 more Zealots producing. The Archon still morphing. Those 3 attacks about to finish, so if there's an upgrade timing window we want to hit in, this is kind of it right now. We're going to try and send it, so away we go. 2 upgrades in the lead is Shameless as we take a fight that otherwise is also just looking good for Shameless, right? I mean, he's got 1 extra Archon than his opponent. The Archon of Nightmare on that far left-hand side was actually just inactive for a long time. I mean, 2 attack upgrades advantage is such a big deal when it's about knocking down the Zealot line quickly and getting through to your opponent's units. Makes such a big difference. As now we break through, you can see the Zealots are going to come in as reinforcements from Shameless, and the Archons are pretty much gone from Nightmare. And it does look as though Shameless is going to take another lead in this series, so from 1-0 to 1-1, but then back to the 2-1. Shameless will be the first player to have a crack at match point in this best-of-5 series, and to see if he can break through into a victory and into this into the next round of the lower bracket. Again, the winner of this plays against the winner of Mana, Yakov, and Geralt. So, you know, there's a lot of potential for that to be a PvP, of course. I actually really do feel like whoever advances, he has a good shot at making a decent run as well, to be honest. So, it'll be fun to see how that plays out. We're going to go to Mothership here for our next map, guys. Map 4 of this series is coming up in just a couple of moments. How many matches a day? This stream will be 5 best-of-5s. So this is match number 1, and then the 4 best-of-5s after this. Sorry, I didn't see that 9 minutes ago. So apologies for the late response. Hopefully you're still here. Hopefully it can still be obvious. Giving you an answer. But yeah, 5 best-of-5s in total today. So the order will be Shameless versus Nightmare, Yakov versus Mana, Nikoract versus Jumy. So we're going to do those first 3 matches. Then we'll do the winner of Yakov Mana and the winner of Nikoract Jumy against Geralt and Creator, respectively. So that's the order in which things are going to go in today's OSC Championship games. Hell yeah. Again, thank you for joining us, guys. I know probably got a bunch of AFK viewers from the earlier stream, but that's why it's nice to keep the stream live from one event to the next, because we can just preserve viewership for a while. It's great. Big fan. Big fan of that. Alright, let's go in game. Let's take us into game number 4, and it is going to be the lead for the blue Protoss in the bottom left-hand side. It is going to be Shameless taking on our red Protoss in the top right-hand corner, Nightmare. So into this Shameless versus Nightmare at game number 4. Mothership for the map. Lots of proxy and positions available at this one as well. We haven't really seen much aggressive PvP between these two then. It's been all about let's expand and let's kind of take the bases, and obviously kind of seeing what happens kind of from there so far. So, you know, let's see what happens now in this game 4 and see if maybe it is proxy time. It's a big map, so proxying can be effective because you proxy up anyway, you negate the size of the map. But obviously, I mean, it can go very macro if you do not want to proxy. We will see what happens. Probe chasing a probe. Probe and probe violence still running the world, unfortunately. Also a good StarCraft track. Man, there's just so many good StarCraft tracks, man. How can you go wrong with SC2 music? Answer, you can't, really. What it comes down to. Finally dropping this pylon down. We are seeing very different follow-ups on the opening here. Nightmare into Double Adept. Shameless into Stalker Sentry is going to be our starting point for each player right now in this game. Probe pulls out of there. Now we're going to see the building battery just getting cancelled. The blockade getting taken out. A couple of units just gathering in the front as well, so just getting set here for a moment or two. Where we go. You like my StarCraft 1 music plays? I don't pick the music, it just plays in StarCraft. I think I've got it turned on to rotate StarCraft 1 music as well. I mean, it must do if it's playing now. Check that later. A couple of adepts get in, they're going to go after some probes as they start to fire up some damage. And next is building, sentries on the way. From the top, a couple more sentries going to pop out here. Those gates popping through, and we will just have the Twilight Council and so on the way up as well. So next is halfway done, Twilight Council building, warp gate still producing. Sorry guys, I was going to go low FPS for one moment here. Alright, sorry. Alright, back to it. Stalker Sentry's coming up. Gonna see another Stalker popping in, hallucination coming by for a couple of moments, so bring that in. Just gonna see the blink on both sides. I mean, it's been just an expanded blink kind of matchup between these two so far. Not really much kind of different in this game then. 2 gateways each, so it really is kind of just even. Shameless is a couple workers ahead. Hallucination gets taken out. Pops. Third base coming down on each side. Getting that up and ready to go. The blink coming over. It's going to be seeing the a couple stalkers and the sentries moving about as well. It's heading down the right side, so that also going to just try and get to doing something in the next moment or so. Stalker and the blink coming up. Nexus on the way through. Assimilator and the pylon building as well. Again, a good amount of Stalker Sentry already down on the bottom here. Just for the moment. Empire's Dawn of the Modern World, the best RTS music. It's different every time the game loaded. I've never heard it. I'll have to give it a listen. I'll make a note. Empire's Dawn of the Modern World. By a title. Nightmare, what was that? Nightmare! Nightmare is going to come in and he's actually going to get another Stalker. Good just positioning from Nightmare. He's slowly edging into a lead in this game. This was a pretty comfortable setup originally from Shameless that is very quickly falling apart, to be honest. So things are going very wrong very quickly here. We're going to try and get back together, keep on trading. Shameless is not in a good place in the slightest right now. Keep chasing through. The Stalkers are going to run in, and we are going to be seeing Shameless just lost this game, man. Nightmare is going to win it out just with this Stalker shove when they were doing things so similarly Nightmare just got a couple of picks and took the momentum and took the micro opportunity to take it down. GG. Alright guys, we will go to game number 3 then, and we go to game number 5, and a final map of this series. I'm going to say some silly things today. I apologize in advance again. But I feel like we're doing pretty good at kind of following the action of the game. I thought I was going to be all over the place, to be honest, so I'll take the better than expected scenario so far for sure. As we get ready to go, we'll just throw some invites out. We'll give it about a minute for the ads to play that are on Twitch for the moment, guys, and we can go from there. 19 pros and 13 Terran or Zerg qualified. Yes, the Protoss players do typically play more than the Terrans and Zergs, especially in this event. This event is made up of kind of a lot of online events over the course of the year, and then a few qualifiers at the end of the year that are just straight up open. So basically, if you don't play in a lot of online events, you don't really get to qualify. So players like Raynor doesn't play in a lot of online events, so he does not qualify, right? Some of the additional Korean Zergs did not play in a lot of online events, didn't qualify. Same for some of the Terran players, and just stuff like that, so yeah. How long have I been awake? 10 hours. Not that bad. The biggest issue is that I basically went no sleep into yesterday's stream, came out of yesterday's stream and slept like 2 to 3 hours. And then last night I slept about 5.5 hours last night. A little bit kind of off and on, like wake up and go back to bed. But I mean, I'm feeling okay right now. And just get to the end of this. I'm going to have a chill rest of the day. And then we just reset tonight. And we're back to Monday tomorrow. Back to Monday is as simple as that. Simple and as easy as that. So yeah. It's not like I've been up. I mean, yesterday I was up a crazy amount of time, I guess. I tried to go to sleep, but it just wasn't happening. Did I watch any NFL playoff this weekend? No, I've not had the chance. I know the results, but I haven't gotten to see them because I went to bed just before Broncos Bills kicked off last night, and I woke up and 49ers Seahawks was already not worth watching. So I didn't put it on even on the side screen while I was casting the first match or two this morning. So yeah, I'll be watching some replays at some point. Well, I'm not going to bother with Seahawks Niners, but watch some action from Broncos Bills. I'm going to watch tonight though. I don't think I'll stay awake for the Rams Bears, but I'll probably be too tired, but definitely watch some Texans Patriots. Kind of boosting the probe as we get set up here, game 5 of our series. Similar's coming up, gates coming through, probes on the way. See this probe of Nightmare heading to the upper left side to start us off in the early few moments. Getting that completely underway right now, so yeah, just get that as a starting point here and see where we go. When will I fit in the oven shop? And I don't need oven shopping. What stuff will we have next week? So next week on the stream, tomorrow's WardiTV Mondays, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday is this event, OSC Championship action. And it's the end of this event, so it's really the best 3 days of it, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then on Friday, so right now I'm not sure, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday is going to be the group stage of that Rongyi Cup, the Chinese event. But the problem I have is that I'm going away on Friday for Pokemon tournament, so I will not be here Saturday, Sunday. What I don't know right now is if I want to cast on Friday and then drive to my Pokemon tournament for the weekend, or if I want to just not work at all on Friday and take the full weekend off. I'm kind of waiting to see what the groups are, because I would like to see what the group is like. I would like to see kind of like if I skip, like am I going to miss like the best group of the tournament or so. So I'm trying not to make a decision until I know what I'm potentially skipping out on, because knowing my luck, I'll be like, I'm going to commit to driving, and then the group comes out, it's like, it's freaking like Clem, Hero, Classic, and Solar or something. Somehow I'm like, well, I've got to cast that, you know. So, yeah, I might be here Friday, I might not be. But Saturday and Sunday, I'm definitely not here unless something goes wrong. because I'll be at my Pokemon tournament. Even Sunday. I'm going to be coming back home Sunday, but I don't want to rush home to get home to start casting at 11. So yeah, I'll be catching up on the games that I miss, so you don't have to worry about that aspect of it at least. But yeah, I'll be catching up on the games that I miss, probably on the Monday, because I'll have front page on Monday. So after WardiTV Mondays, we'll do some catch-up and just kind of go from there, and we'll probably catch up a little bit during the week, the days after that too. When we can, whenever we can. I'm on the way out from a proxied robo facility here for this game 5 of the series. I see a couple stalkers coming through, just going to push around, warp gate coming about, sentry on the way. Immortal on the way up, sentry building through, warp gates coming online, gateways will produce. And we look to try and see what will come of this these next few moments. How's my weekend? My weekend has been full of my weekend has literally been just full of casting StarCraft. I've been casting StarCraft or trying to recover from casting StarCraft, so... Is Mana Young Yakov next? If it says so on Wikipedia, I don't know. Is it next? I think it is. I'm gonna say yes, but it might not be. I think so, because I think that's just next in the order of the bracket, so... Yeah, I think it probably is. There's a pylon from Nightmare in the main base of Shameless, so as he's committing to this one base proxy robo, he's going to lose a bunch of probes to these adepts, and that's so frustrating for him, because it means he has to fully now pay attention back at home. And that really takes... Oh, he's going to recall. Wow, so just as he's about to strike, he recalls, because he would rather just deny these adepts, and that's just a great proxy pylon. Out of Nightmare, in-base pylon succeeds in a big way. That is massive. Alright, well that's definitely a successful start, because now you didn't have to deal with this, and now the robo out on the map is going to be potentially exposed as well. Nightmare is moving forward, and he will make a play toward it, so actually we'll have an opportunity here to maybe try and get towards this robo facility. Not going to go for it yet, though. I thought he was going to make a play, but he doesn't. The Shameless will keep it up and can keep producing out of it for now if he does so which I imagine for the very foreseeable future at least he will. And he's going to try and get back across the map, obviously a bit later on, and because now it's a bit later on, this prism's already moved across the map, so now we are going to have Nightmare who could afford to get a prism out in terms of, having the time to do that. So you could afford to get the prism out. Now that the prism is out, it's going across the map, and it's dropping into the main here in the next few moments. A few workers already going down, 2-3 workers dropping initially. Stalker, Sentry, Immortal coming up as well. We do see the Adepts just continue to come through. Stalkers and Adepts together. Firing up. We do see the Adepts taking some damage. A little bit more being done here for the moment as just see the couple of shots coming through. The Adepts still taking some shots. 7 workers going down. Pretty serious amount. We're not doing too much on this side. We killed an Immortal actually, so we do find something with this initially. So able to do some damage if nothing else. So yeah, we got some damage done, but obviously taking a bunch of probe losses is not exactly ideal either. That is kind of the state of things for the moment, as you just see the couple Stalkers and the Immortals will still go pinging through the gateways. Again, Immortal building on both sides. Just going to see the Twilight Council and the gateway coming up as well from Nightmare. That coming through, the Robo Facility producing Chrono Boosting even on the far left-hand side, so getting that set up as well. Alan sits up to the top. It's going to be hanging out right here. You have the units moving forward for a couple of moments as well. So a Stalker Immortal Force stepping through. I was going to say there's no Zealots yet, but obviously they're not going to have their charge or anything for quite some time here, so that'll be a little bit of a factor on that one. Come back down the bottom. Stalker takes some shots. We are going to see the Sentry take a bit of damage as well. We are going to do a bit of micro in here to try and rectify things a little bit. All these Adepts coming down, the Pylon coming up. We are going to see the Immortals still getting busy onto the Stalkers. Immortal on that right side picking off a Stalker as well. Just going to clean up over there. Oh, Shameless actually taking a very good fight for himself, and Nightmare is going to lose the last few Stalkers here too. Oh, but that was an unnecessary Prism Immortal loss. So you could have had +1 Immortal still. 29 to 11 army supply. Only thing I'll say is I think Shameless should just throw down and expand. He's got no reason not to expand right now. Like, zero reason not to just throw an expansion down to just extend the lead. Instead, he's warping in the center, and it looks like he's going to try and fight this against two Immortals up a ramp with the Prism Micro available from his opponent. I mean, I get it. He wants to go after the pylon, maybe go after the gateway as well, but I'm going to shade the Adepts in. There's a couple of Adepts already here defensively, though. He's going to walk up this ramp, and Shameless seems to think that he's got an opportunity just to move straight on through. He's going to trade onto these Immortals. Going to be forced to lift up and back away. He does not get the pylon and deny that gateway even, so he got one pylon out of all this. Not really any workers. Shameless still has the army supply lead. Let's just take a worker and just build the Nexus, no? Like, you have so much to contain with, you have so much to take advantage with. We just don't need anything else right now. Just start working on yourself back at home, and I think this would be absolutely fine for you here as Shameless as we go to this deciding Game 5. I mean, you've got a good establishment. Let's see if we can keep it going. As you see the blink coming through, we are going to have the Prism going to move down to the bottom. The couple of Mortals there will pull across in that same direction. So into that Prism and try to find some possible damage already. The Stalkers, the Adepts, and the Immortal gathering together as well. Just going to see a couple more shots coming through, more damage being done. And that blink still continue to come up just for now as we get this on the go. And the extra few units open in as well. Another round of units just warping through. The Prism going to be there. Mortals are going to start firing. A couple of Stalkers taking shots. Mortal building Chrono Boost, and from that Robo facility is still on the map. Alright, Shameless will not do much else, but he still has a significant army lead. I mean, that shouldn't really be going anywhere. Like I say, I guess my concern is just that I'm watching a Protoss player who I'm just slightly concerned that he's going to end up kind of... Yeah, I'm just concerned he's going to throw the lead away, I guess. It's the long and the short of it, the TLDR of it, because I think he might throw this lead away at this point. Just because he's got such a good lead, but then he's just not expanding. He's not doing anything with the lead, and now the Immortal comes across the map, and that's going to apply pressure, and that's going to be a whole thing, and now we've got to figure that whole scenario out as well, so... Yeah, starts losing Stalkers, starts losing Pylons. I mean, everything off this will be an issue. And that Prism can just keep on microing. At the same time, we're going to trade over here. For some reason, Nightmare is out the front trying to kite. He gets in the depth of these Stalkers. Get left for a few moments as well, which is just not ideal. Going to keep on trying to shove on through. You know, I'm going to see on the top left is actually only one Immortal left, so we do not micro perfectly all the way throughout this. Now we recall home with everything, apart from a couple Stalkers and a depth, but that's going to free you to expand here as Nightmare. So now Nightmare will be able to get the expansion down into play, because his opponent's not going to be containing him anymore. So maybe Nightmare has a chance to expand. If he expands right now, he's going to be expanding sooner than Shameless does, which is absolutely criminal considering how this game has gone. Like, if that's the way that this turns out, then that really is, like I say, that is absolutely freaking criminal. Like, we surely cannot let you get away with that. But maybe we will. Maybe we'll have no chance but to let you get away with that. Prism building off the Robo from Shameless. The Stalkers here. Let's put some damage on the Prism from Nightmare. He'll keep that in the back, and he will probably lose his Robo facility now, so it's going to be one downside for Shameless is obviously he did proxy, so he loses access to his Robo, so no additional Robo units for you for, like I say, the foreseeable future, at the very least. Prism Nelly going down, obviously, like I say, you don't get another one if you lose this, so it would be nice to not lose it, and we are going to keep it alive, but it will be low HP, so that obviously makes it something to keep our eyes on later that's going to be easily targeted. Phoenix on the way as well, so it's even more easily targeted as well by a Phoenix, right? So that's going to be a factor. 3 more Stalkers coming up into play just for the moment. The army of Nightmare. Going to the upper left. The army of Shameless coming down to this bottom right. A little bit of a clash about to happen here in the next couple of moments. See, this army is coming straight across and into position. The Phoenix is going to go in after the Prism. Prism taking some damage. Doesn't go down just yet, but that doesn't mean we're in the clear for the moment. Still waiting, as we are going to see our push into the high ground. That Prism is still super low. Yeah, it goes down. I mean, like I say, kind of inevitable considering the scenario. Should we just have enough to push through and win right now? We are going to see the units across the map going to recall. The 2 gateways, Deep Powder, Shameless at the front. Force Field going to keep you out of the base, so no, we don't just push through and win. In fact, we've got to be careful not to get force fielded in, right? If you stay there right now, a force field behind those Immortals could have guaranteed Nightmare a kill or two. Could have guaranteed him a defense. Is the VOD online from this morning's All-Stars? Yes. It's on YouTube, it's on Twitch. So it's on both platforms, whichever you prefer to watch on. If you go on Twitch, it's the same VOD that we're on right now, but it should already be accessible, the entire All-Stars part, so yes. It should just be called All-Stars still, to be fair. Just gonna see the Immortal firing through, a couple more shots coming about, a little bit more being done. I've seen the Prism backing away, sitting in that corner, so still alive, gonna be a factor. What supports me most, YouTube or Twitch VOD? Honestly, watch on whichever is better for you. If you prefer watching on YouTube, watch on YouTube, watch on Twitch if you want to watch on Twitch. If you really don't care, I don't know if I actually know, to be honest. I would guess YouTube. YouTube probably plays ads during the video multiple times. I don't know if Twitch even does that for VODs, to be honest. But honestly, it does not matter. Please just watch it wherever is better for you to watch it. Usually that's YouTube, because YouTube just has a better VOD player, to be honest, so... YouTube's probably better for me too, I guess, because I guess like the number means a bit more on YouTube, whereas watching on Twitch I don't look at watch time or anything. But if you watch on YouTube it might make a slight difference, yeah. You have YouTube Premium? Yeah, definitely watch YouTube. Definitely better for you. Is this do I think it's the last All-Stars event like this? No. I think this is a massive success. China loved it. The only reason it wasn't bigger in the first place apparently was because the sponsor NetEase did not think it would be as successful, so they didn't think they'd be able to sell tickets for the weekdays if they made like a 3 or 4 day event, and obviously it sold out in like a minute, so that was very good news already. And yeah, I would say this was a massive success. I don't know if they'll do an All-Stars, but they might do like a they'll probably do more events in China, maybe even using the same stadium and stuff in the future. I don't know, but I from everything I've heard and seen, it was pretty positive, so yeah, I definitely expect some more stuff from China in general throughout the year. I think it'll be a something that continues. Maybe not an event like that again this year. Maybe next year for that, but like, yeah, I think they said one of the main concerns for that players would quit and the quality of players would go down, and if that happens, then that might put them off running something. So let's just work our best to keep all the players active. is the easiest resolution to that one. Stalks continue through. Just going to be seeing the hallucination trying to move through. Coming across one moment. The Stalk's actually going to blink forward. That Immortal already in some trouble. Taking a few more shots. Again, Robo Facility and the rest of this coming about as that blink comes in as well. It was announced on Battle.net. Really? Was it really? I don't even look at Battle.net anymore. Wild. Oh, do you have the Phoenix still moving around? Where's this game at? So we expand finally here from Nightmare. Obviously, Shameless is already well on the way to the expansion and mining his expansion. Shameless is still ahead. 5 workers ahead, 10 army supply ahead. Obviously, the main base is completely mined out. We're actually going to kill the Prism here as well, which is going to be a really nice grab. So the Prism goes down, a Phoenix goes down. Nightmare is going to threaten to push in the front, but I don't think he's got enough to truly push into the front with at all right now, so I don't think anything will actually come of that for the moment. Does that mean you will move to China to begin cast more SC2? No, no, no. If I just have to cast a degen hours sometimes, I'll just cast a degen hours. I'm not going to say I love it, but like, that's what we got to do. We'll just cast a degen hours if there's great tournaments on, you know? Pulling off to the side. I'm just going to be seeing Shameless at 30 supply at this point, looking very good for him. Just going to have the Prism coming about, similar coming through, Immortal on the way, a couple probes go down as well. Just see the Phoenix still trying to put themselves into use as we do see Shameless moving across the map with a 20 army supply lead, looking to push into his opponent's base. more Stalkers on both sides. Just going to be seeing the numbers rising, but I mean, Shameless just has a 20 army supply lead. It looks so good for him attacking in here. Start to fight a little. Gonna see a couple Stalkers blinking back the other way. Getting the force field holding out for a little bit. Nightmare trying to poke through, but not really finding the opportunity just yet. More force field, keep those Stalkers back. Assimilators on the way through as well. Again, the Stalker and the Nexus coming by. We do have... Shameless is just sat here, man. Like, I get it. You don't want to attack in, but you do have a significant supply advantage. Like, I know attacking in isn't great, but there's one battery defensively. Like, do we not think we can... I mean, I guess, okay, we're taking the third base, in which case maybe I do like it just fine if we're just taking the third base and expanding from here. Have to blink away, obviously. I guess this is fine. We just take the third next, and we just kind of go from there. Shameless in this game 5, looking to knock Nightmare out of the event. Fine, Nightmare could have made a run through his lower bracket. I think Shameless kind of, if he ends up winning this, there's PvP ahead of him for the foreseeable future, more than likely. So, in that regard, I do think there's definitely going to be chances. See, it's gathering up, and another shot is still coming out. About to hit the 20-minute mark here on Tyler Citadel. Obviously, we're one basing for so long. A bit of a funky place right now. And just see those extra probes coming through. That's their Stalker Wall force is going to gather. I mean, we're just waiting to contain on the opposition. I wonder what Nightmare is kind of thinking. Like, I wonder what Nightmare is considering to be like the success story out of this. I feel like you've kind of got to A, break out, or B, maybe just be across the map and do some kind of damage somehow. He's going to try and just get a jump on this to make the best of it. He lives a couple of the Immortals and is going to knock those down kind of quickly, with, having with the Phoenix having them in the sky, but it's not going to be enough. Nightmare just said, enough is enough, too long is too long, so he tried to break out, but it's not going to go well. This game did not have any twists and turns in the end. Shameless was kind of winning this for, like, the better part of the last 15 minutes. Just, again, we were kind of waiting on him to make a finishing move, and he definitely struggled to make a finishing move, and I think Nightmare kept himself in it, but the supply never took a dive towards Nightmare's favor, like the supply never came towards being Nightmare's friend at all, so yeah. Alrighty guys, so we're gonna jump back into more StarCraft 2, believe it or not, because up next we're gonna have Yakov versus Mana. So we're gonna go Yakov versus Mana in a couple of moments, guys. Get that on the way and kick this off in just a few moments time. So yeah, we'll get this ready to go. Some PvZ coming up next, and yeah, we will just run some ads and get straight into this, guys. We're going to keep the games rolling because the less time I'm live for today, not that I want to rush through it, but the less time I'm live for yapping on randomly, the less my tiredness might affect the stream and the games, to be honest. So, yeah. Yeah. Playing with your food. I don't even know if he was playing with his food per se, just like, I think he just didn't have really like a good way to close it out, to be honest. Like, just honestly looking at it, I just don't know if he really did. I feel like it could have been a bit cleaner maybe, but I'm not going to pick and choose and criticize or anything, to be honest. We're going to get ready to go into more StarCraft, my friends. Like I say, we'll give about another 30 seconds, and it's going to be Mana versus Yakov PvZ coming up for us next year. And yeah, so again, this is on the lower portion of the bracket. So Shameless advances through. He's in lower bracket round 5. Yakov and Mana in lower bracket round 3. And the winner of Yakov and Mana will play Geralt. And then we also have Nikoract versus Jumi today. So what order do we do this? We do Yakov Mana, then we do Nikoract Jumi, then we do the winner of Yakov Mana against Geralt, and the winner of Nikoract Jumi against Creator. So I actually really like this because we're going to have so much of an idea of where the bracket is after today. The only part we don't really know is where a lot of the upper bracket players are dropping into as we set up the lower bracket gauntlet into place. So, very excited to see how that comes about. Very, very excited. Do 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 ba da bum ba da bum do 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 do. Alright, let's actually click watch. I don't know why I'm singing. Brain's gone, guys. I just say, you guys are awesome, by the way. I somehow had 1,400 subs again after the last day or two. Like, I don't know what happened. I mean, we obviously streamed a crap ton. But, like, it's just amazing the way the subs are going at the moment. Like, it's actually incredible. So, shout out to you guys. Yeah, we're going to drop some over the next few days. But I think there might be a half genuine chance that we stay above 1,000 for the end of January, which would be, you know, kind of like bonkers levels of subs. Like I talked so much about last month about how we're like getting to 1,000. We haven't been at 1,000 for over a year or so, and like 1,000 only really happens in December. But if we maintain 1,000 during January, that'd be freaking crazy. That really would be absolutely bonkers. So, and on top of that, we also have YouTube memberships nowadays too, and people are becoming YouTube members faster than ever before. The Patreon is at a higher point than ever before as well. So just in general, we're just in such a cool place on the stream. It's amazing to see all the success right now. Shout out to you guys making it happen, which makes me happy because it means we get to watch more StarCraft, and guess what I love doing? Yes, you guessed it, watching StarCraft. Oh, shock horror. Sorry, I'm not paying attention. Man is straight up cannon rushing as we get into this game number 1 on Winter Madness. I was looking at the chat with Nova Swing getting gifted a sub from Scorpion SC3. So Mana walls himself in initially, cancels it up, is going to throw Gateway down. Now he's going to start throwing the cannon down as well, so we are going to set up and commit into this. Yo, what's up, Lino, mate? How you doing? Thank you for the prime. See you at Home Story Cup, dude. See you at Home Story. Where are you going to be? That's exciting. So what, we got the drones just pulled onto the cannons because nothing's walled in anymore. So one cannon gets cancelled. This cannon can only take so much damage, but it's going to go down before it finishes, right? If it doesn't go down before it finishes, it would kill like a drone before it goes down. Two drones? Two drones. Okay, it kills 2 drones before it goes down. That is better than I thought it was going to be fair. So we killed 2 drones. Now the Lings are out though, there's Pilot in trouble, no cannon up, and this just feels like such a confident defense out of Yakov. I just feel like this goes absolutely nowhere for Mana, unfortunately. Hopefully the Lings and the Queen just gather up, just gonna go onto that Wolf Gate. A couple drones and the Queen, still building out. Yeah, I mean, just completely shuts this down. Mana builds a Cyber Core at home to get some tech availability going, but he's gonna be without the Gateway, so he'll be without units. I wonder if Yakov could do something aggressive from here. I mean, I guess we're going to build a cannon in the wall, yeah, so obviously we'll have a cannon up to play defensively with, but that's kind of the only thing we're going to have to play defensively with, to be honest, as well, so. And his Forge was really late. So is that why he cancelled the wall-off cannon, because he just didn't have time to set up the cannon, then the gate and so? Huh. That's wild. I'll go back and check on what happened at the start of the game, maybe, if I remember, because I was distracted reading chat, so apologies. As yo, thank you, Anonymous. Gift now a sub to Sinos. Sinos, Kinos, Sinos, however you want to be said. Let me know. Thank you so much for being the recipient of a gifted sub. Stargate coming up, the Lings across the map. So they get through. I mean, nothing else to get in, but the Lings can just be annoying. You poke around the main base every few moments. You throw in a couple of nibbles onto the assimilator. I was spot on. Yeah, the problem is now I've said 17 different variations of your name, so now I don't... I'll just say all 17 every time. We'll get there. Things are going to fight. We are going to be seeing the simulator in some trouble as we nibble through that. The Stargate building through, the couple of additional probes are building up. Add an Adept on there as well. Hatchery, drones, and the Overlord continue to build. And those Lings keep on dealing the damage here in these early stages. Turn around, get a little bit more done, firing away. Maybe seeing, I mean, this is just annoying, man. Like, look at all this lost mining time. Like, obviously, we're trying to protect the assimilator. We're actually just going to right-click the assimilator here, which I'm kind of sad about, just for the fact that we did so well at kind of making things dance. But I guess this is why. We know the Adept is due, and so you want to get the assimilator down before we lose it anyway, so... I mean, horrible situation for Mana, who's not going to have Warp Gate started still at 4 minutes 45. Oracle is going to Corona Boost at least out of this Stargate, and we're going to try and do something from here, as Yakov just goes straight to Allow. You know what I think Yakov should just do is just go... I mean, do we just go Spire and Mutas? I think, to me, that's like because your opponent's in such a bad place, Mutas are such a guaranteed way of just doing damage without there being like some kind of like, haha, gotcha kind of defense. I mean, maybe if he like Mega Cannons up, but at the very least it's going to be nigh on impossible for him to take a third base. If you come and, you know, set up kind of like a a Spire, and build Mutalist, it's going to be so tough to really hold a third because it's going to be spreading out so thin. It's going to go Hydra Bane. Okay, cool. That probably works as well, just fine. Maybe the Mutas are riskier. Maybe it's just a case of I actually don't see anything really losing from this scenario. That might be the most accurate take out of all of this, to be honest, because actually this entire situation looks pretty darn good on the side of the Protoss. On the side of the Zerg, sorry. So yeah, it is not looking pretty for Yakov. Oh, Mana, god damn it. Brain, words, correct order, correct meanings. Ugh. No, it's not looking pretty for Mana. As yeah, like I say, forgive me, guys. It's going to be a day of some silly statements at some points. It's going to see the Adept is going to go in. It's just going to pick away at this pylon. It's just going to be a little bit of an annoyance there. Pick through that. And we do have the Oracle still moving around. Word hard, yeah. Word real hard. Healing still flying. Adept taking a few more nibbles. A bit more damage being done. Now a pylon in trouble. Oracle's going to activate, but we probably don't save the pylon. Oh, we do. But only just. So pylon gets saved, but that will be about it as now. Just have the Ling Hydra, Bane Speed, Hydra Speed coming up. I mean, there's just almost no way you hold a 66 drone Ling Bane Hydra attack. There's just no way you hold anything because Mana's position at the start of this game was terrible. Again, it's horrible to say it so bluntly, but sometimes you just kind of have to, because there ain't a nicer way of saying it at certain points. I think this is one of those times where there just really ain't a nicer way of saying it. Mana is going to type out GG. What even happened? Did anything happen, honestly? Doesn't look like it, no? Just, I think you might have just seen the Hydras, to be honest. Take a little let's take a little rewind. So we said the Forge was late for some reason, which is obviously a little bit unlike Mana to throw the Forger down. Just watch from his point of view for a second. So he's over here. Yeah, he just sent the probe back to the high ground. Well, his pylon only just came down, finished now as well, to build the Forge. Is it just late on the first pylon even? Yeah, oh my god, he's like 80 minerals late on the first pylon, and then, of course, there was just that knock-on effect from there as well, so that's why the Forge was down. So the pylon was late, into the Forge being late, into everything just being kind of knock-on affected, being late. Let that be a lesson to you guys. Don't let your first pylon be late. I'm surprised I get you're sending a probe across the map early and stuff, but I'm surprised he tried a cannon rush once the pylon was late. You know, like, I feel like once that's late, something like a cannon rush, which, okay, I guess if your opponent doesn't see it, maybe you get away with it being late, but, like, a lot of the time that's not really the case. And, yeah, sometimes that's not really the case as we get ready to go in number 2 of this series. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like a cannon rush is... I mean, just throw a gateway down late. No? Surely that's a better place to be at in this sort of scenario, I would think. Alright, jumping in again to here, guys, in a moment or so. And get this ready to rumble. Alright. Watch this up and get this going. Wardy's wife. That was in fact my wife, yes. That's funny, I think that's the first time anyone's said Wardy's wife on my stream, actually. Usually I'm just like, yeah, that's Helen. What about it? That is my wife, believe it or not. I always have the presumption that the way I'm talking, she knows when I'm on camera or not. And then she just like, oblivious half the time. Alright, down a game in the bottom right side, our blue Protoss player here is Mana, taking on the red Zerg. In the top left, we've got Yakov. The Oracles died. Yeah, the Oracles might have flown over the Hydras to spot this. I think he just saw the attack was coming and he just knew he had absolutely nothing to defend with, to be honest, so I think it was just a kind of a case of that. This time he gets the cannon down, and we'll leave it walled in. Comes into the gateway. One drone can hit that cannon, but I don't know if that's really worth it. He pulls off. Yeah, Paladin's going to wall anyway, so going to make sure the cannon comes up, and Mana just feeling aggressive in this PvZ today, apparently. When the drone comes over, we'll see a little bit of what's going on. Cannon firing, drone taking some damage. And he's seen another couple cannons coming down as well. Pushing across into this position for the moment here. Getting that up and ready to roll. The drone's going to take the hatchery off to the side, but obviously we are expanding to a base while Mana is committed to a gateway over here. Did he just think this gateway isn't real? I feel like throwing the hatch down over that right side is like, hey, don't you just try and play one base from here? If you know you're going to lose this hatch, you just get the gas going, get your Rotron ready. That feels like the most logical choice to me, but that's not the way we're going right now. Feelings got on the map. This will be a wall off though. You can buy some time until the cannon is done. Well, in theory, if the probe was on the right side, he could have re-walled maybe. Now this is going to get a little bit awkward. Probe will chase through. I'm just going to be seeing the Rotron, a couple of drones, and the Queen on the way. Geralt and the probe going to keep on swiping for a moment or so as well. It's just going to get that on the way through for a moment or so. Just rolling and yeah, some pressure onto this hatchery for a moment. As we have the Rotron still building about halfway done, a couple of Queens and Lings all producing, the Stalker building on the Warp Gate. And this Rotron coming about as we just see the couple of Lings going to try and chase in after this Zealot again. A couple of Lings still trying to get in after the pylon here. Bringing this straight through. Pylon taking a lot of damage. I mean, we're going to depower the gate, the Warp Gate coming in as we just play a ring around the pylon, and Lings will succeed. The probe's pulled down to fight this Ling off, but that's not exactly ideal either. Everything's going wrong here. Jeez. Yakov. I'm going to see a couple of Lings pulling back the other side. I mean, Yakov is very close to losing this base, but he doesn't lose it just yet. So for the moment, at least, we're going to get this alive some way, somehow. What is going on? This is such a dumb game already. Queen gonna pull back. Stalker's being chased. We've seen the Stalker getting rid of the hatchery. Roach going to be there. The few Broodlings are pulling in, so And they're going to show up over here to fight as well. Put a little bit more work in right now. Just going to be seeing the couple stalkers, the lings, gathering up. Man, what a weird game. So we're going to have this kind of third base that gets to know. Third base location gets died. Let's see, corrosive bile dropping down. Getting into position as well for a moment or two here. Got that on the way out for the moment. Just going to be seeing the link. Just going to go back to nibbling. So again, put some work in here. Pylon taking some shots. We do see the Stargate in production. Going to see the couple of probes going to pulling over as well. And Ling's going to nibble. That pylon taking some damage. Just going to be seeing the pylon just about surviving. So we have the pylon kept alive. I mean, you're one base. You're finally onto the Ravagers to try and break out of this. That's what Yakov's going to try and do. And break out we shall, or I guess we shall try. I mean, we should be able to. We've got the Ravagers to get through those cannons. The Stalks are an issue, though. Get more vials. Just going to see the cannon going down. Away. And the few stalkers just join up. Just going to be seeing the Ravagers moving over. It's going to be seeing the Ling Ravager coming down this ramp. We're actually going to get a catch on the Stalkers. Corrosive Biles to get through the cannon as well. Stalker's going to die, but then the drones are dying to an Oracle in the main base. What the? This game was just out the window. This game was just silly. I mean, I can't believe it's just going to end with the Oracle doing so much. Mana has like nothing really at home. This should absolutely be a shove across the map, which sees success for Yakov to some extent, to at least stay in the game with. But obviously now that's not going to happen. It's really genuinely crazy. Yakov's just going to say GG. He's dead. He is dead. Alright guys, we're going to jump into game 3 of this. Tied up 1-1. I'm going to throw the break screen on, just go grab a couple of bites of my lunch, so I'll be right back with you. But up next will be game 3 of Mana Yakov, and I'm just going to run the ads while I take a couple of bites to eat. Game 3 of this best of 5. Sorry guys, my dinner is really chewy. It's taken a few bites to get through, so Gonna be hard to sneak some mouthfuls in this early game, especially if mana keeps on cannon rushing. Wonder if he just fakes it this time. Okay. He's gonna fake it this time. If he does anything, it is not real. And as the drone comes down the ramp though, so Yakov playing to the way in which this series has gone thus far. Rope just back up into the main. Moving through gateway. Simulator coming by for a couple of moments. Next coming down, there are 8 lanes on the way through at the moment here from Yakov, so getting a bunch of those on the way up. Move out onto the map, heading down to the bottom left hand side, and we just see this probe heading into the natural to see what's up as well. Cybercore Nexus all building through. See this Cybercore. It's being used to wall as Cross wall-offs today are looking weirder and weirder, I'm not gonna lie. Wow. Actually gonna lose the gateway. We only gave the Adept like 3 kills as well. It's kind of impressive. Considering it's a bit of a weird situation in the first place, especially. Alright, our drones in the hatch continue through and get ourselves the warp gate coming about as well, so bringing all of that online for the moment. As this Ling chases the probe around just for now as well, so again move that over for the moment, and the Oracle and Nexus continue to come by. Everything building as we get into this, the warp gate coming through, the Oracle on the way, Nexus in the gateway building as we speak. I'm just going to be having a couple of Queens and Ling speed coming through as well, so again we get that in production right away here, get that started, away we go. We're coming about, a few drones and Ling speed coming about as well. Adept takes a moment hitting that hatchery. Overlord peels out over to the left-hand side. Third Nexus goes down on the bottom as well. A lot of this is again set up for the moment here, so just have the Nexus and the Ling speed building on through. The couple of simulators coming about. Just gonna have ourselves the Oracles making their way to the upper right side currently. He loses one right away. Pain in the ass from Yakov really going to be the telltale that I'm going to send this a little bit right now. Queens are walking too. Manager's going into a bunch of Oracles. The more Oracles, the better here, I think. Oracles are just always going to be good against the Lings. Obviously, the Queens are an issue, but enough Oracles to take down the Queens as well. We've seen those Lings pushing through. A couple of pros in the pylon going to get jumped on. Lings pulling out over to the side there for a couple of moments as well. Queen's still pushing down. Oracles gonna activate, but we lose one Oracle pretty much immediately. Didn't really need to die, honestly, so not ideal. It's not the end of the world. Is the Oracle still active? 7 workers going down. Sentry charge and a couple of zealots on the way through as well currently as the Queens show up. Oracle's just activating. Ling's getting picked away at. The zealots and the adepts just going to go in after these queens. One queen going down. Second queen going to be going down soon as well. Trying to press forward. We are just going to get all of those queens killed immediately. So now the queens are down. The oracles just need enough energy and they can continue to play cleanup. Let's see what we can do. Obviously, the banelings are going to step forward. We're going to kill 2, 3, 4 of them before they get anywhere scary. And the Nexus is not even close to going down, so Yakov is just not succeeding with this unless there's a follow-up wave that's going to be, well, just better than what we've seen so far, which currently doesn't seem to really be the case. It's kind of weird because we're on our way to the charge, so we're like on our way to something which is... Yeah, I mean, it's going to help, I guess, a bit, but, like, realistically speaking, So, yeah, we're on our way to charge, we're on our way to Temple Archives, we're just on our way to a couple things. I just don't really think that we even need... Well, obviously we need it, it's going to help you out, but it's not going to be something we're good at against as Yakov, because, yeah, we've got the banelings. I mean, this was a commitment from Yakov, and he just doesn't really get very far with it, right from the very first few moments. Now the upgrade at Baneling speed coming through. I'm just going to be seeing the bits and pieces coming around. Archon's coming up. Probes on the way. And now the upgrade and Bane speed both building through. Zealots and mana going out to the other side as well. Hydras, Lings, Bane speed all continuing through. Army gets to the top of the map. Gonna jump into this hatchery in the front and start to pick through this. The couple of zealots, the archons, and everything else going through. The Bane's gonna try and roll forward. The oracle's activating for the hydras. And Mana's army looking pretty darn good right off the bat here. As Yakov is, like I say, he was committed to that attack earlier, and like I say, you've got some Banes, but then everything else coming through is really going to be okay to deal with those Banes on the follow-up, and then you were committed, so you didn't have enough as much as you maybe should do. And this is going to come to a pretty quick close here. If these Archons keep on dealing damage like this. Trying to move some Banelings. I mean, drones are in some trouble. Reinforcements are somewhat dying as they come out here. Banes are going to finish. They roll... Yeah, they get toward the Zealots in the end. They mostly rolled into the Archons, though, to be honest. To start us off. At this point, I'm actually going to pull the drones in to try and fight. And there's still an Archon here for some slash damage. Going to target into that. Mana is going to take game 3 of this series with a 2-1 lead. The best of 5. I don't really know what's going on in this series, to be honest. It's been a little bit crazy so far. It's just been a little bit all over the place, you know. It's been one of them ones. Have another bite of food, guys. Give me a sec. Waiting on the gods, guys. Alright, let's do this. Let's go. Game number 4. Of Mana Yakov, which has been, like I say, kind of a weird game so far. Sorry, pressed the unmute button and another cough came out. As we have got in the bottom left side, the blue Protoss is going to be Mana. Taking on the red Zerg top right, Yakov. Game number 4 of the best of 5. So that's the enclave for the map. Let's see what comes of it. Get this up and ready to go. Probe chasing about, hatch gas and pool coming up, the drones in production, gating the probe. Continue to build through for a few moments, see as the probe just comes over, I'm going to try and nibble. Hatch gas pool. All going to be on the way of things that get added on just for a moment or so here. As we get ourselves set up. We're not taking that very far out to the left side hatch, so it doesn't want to get blocked, but it doesn't want the in-base early either, because it's just got less resources on it. And you can feel like you can take a base out on the map anyway, because you're a Zerg, and that's typically just what you do. There's not a lot of things that are dangerous enough in these scenarios to make you not want to take that base, so... that is going to be the current circumstances the probe pulls over. Target coming up, next is building through. You see the Adept on the way, the couple Queens, Ling Speed, and the Lings. Reducing by for the moment as well. Definitely going to be seeing a couple of Lings pulling back over to the side. The probe will take some damage. As the Stargate comes online, and again, we just gotta look to see where exactly we're going to take things for the foreseeable future here in this PvZ. Obviously with our Stargate, we see a little bit of the plan for mana, which is very normal and regular as well. Nothing too surprising in that regard. A few Lings and the Queen going to be there. Probe gets pushed the other direction. Adept going to come up as well. Again, just a moment or two to get moved about. The Queen is going to be there to now hit the Adept also back the other way. Just trying to put some more pressure on it. The Adept going to take some damage. The Lings and the Queen combining to get some, again, a little bit of extra damage dealt here towards the end. And just going to be chasing things down. Pushing them back and softening everything up, getting everything into a little cozy position. Stalker going to hit that Overlord still, up on the high ground, just trying to pick away at it with some high ground vision from the Oracle. We will get the kill for this in the next moment or so. Overlord does go down. A couple of Lings going to come running across the map as well. Running in toward the third base. And the Adept just going to be there to push a couple of Zerglings back as well. 8 more drones coming through. The Queen's on the way. Nexus, Gateway, Warp Gate all building. This hatchery coming through. The extra drones producing by. And the Oracles will make their way out. Over to this bottom right-hand side. So they're just going to get going through. Robo Facility Triumph and Forge all building still. Again, a couple of probes coming about. The Adept is on the way through, as well as everything else. I'm just going to be seeing and the Oracle is still moving around as well. Double Oracle into this natural. There's going to be a Queen here. Again, elimination series, so the game can eliminate Yakov from the tournament. One of our few Zergs in the event that remains. We still have, I think, Shin and Sola. I mean, Sola's in the lower bracket as well, but deeper down. Shin's still in the winner bracket. We'll play Kira, I believe, next week. We'll see our oracles coming through, and it's going to be used to protect these adepts now. So adepts will be saved for a couple of moments as well as everything else. And yeah, the lair and the Rotron continue to come back around as well. Just going to try and reposition. Blink and the +1 building through from mana, going to give us those upgrades, give us the chance to get into the next phase of this. Overlord's building through, just going to have ourselves the oracles back around the bottom side. Throw a little assimilator down there as we go as well. Again, Robobane, Blink and the +1 coming through. The lair is producing. And roaches, lings, the queen coming about, the Evo chamber coming through too, so we just get a lot of that on the way right off the bat. And a couple lings already going to chase their way around, just to see if there's anywhere they can end up and maybe put themselves to use, although right now I don't really think there's too much going on. Lings continue back down the bottom for a moment or so. And we just see ourselves maneuvering for a couple moments. Roach speed, Hydra Den. A few roaches and the drones building up as well. Still got that blink coming through. The +1 missile is going to be a part of this as well. And extended thermal lance is coming online. Those few stalkers are going to come to the center where they pick off a Zergling en route to everything else that's going on. 2 roach speed, missile upgrade, and the groove spine. So again, a lot of selecting ourselves for the future here. The lings will just make their way through some rocks. The infestation pit especially going to be fun to see where we take this as Yakov. I mean, I presume that's just going to be for Hive. This probably is just Roach Hydra into kind of lurkers at a kind of an initial glance, I guess. So it feels as though that's more or less where we're going to. I guess we shall see in the end. Like I say, we'll see what happens as we set up through this. The drone's going down, sorry, as the teams get through over on that far side as well. So again, looking for the chance to just find a little extra here already. What's going about, the lings and the +1, the groove spines and the roach speed, all of that coming online here as well. I'm just going to be having ourselves still the fuel Zerglings just on the wrong side of the rocks, trying to make something happen on top of everything else as well. So they're also going to try and find things for the moment as the lings will continue to push through. And +2 attack, the thermal lance still building. We do have the lurker down on the way now from Yakov, so moving himself toward those lurkers for the next stage of this game. Have the 4th hatchery in the top left corner, so just going to put that into place here from Yakov as well. Get that going straight away. Archives coming through, adding on the Colossus, the charge, and the other upgrades. Again, a lot of that coming by as well. Melee upgrade and the muscular augments coming about. Stalker, Immortals, and the Sentries stepping by once again as these few Stalkers come to the front and play a little bit of cleanup. Target 10 finishing, sizing expands building through, +2 missiles, the melee continuing by. A few Hydras on the way, and the extra lurkers coming up as well. This will force mana into. I mean, he's already making the fleet beacon, right? So he's getting himself set up for the later stage of this in terms of having additional units that can really fight from afar. You know, access to the Tempest is a pretty huge factor a lot of the time. There's Colossus, which can kind of be nice against the lurkers at times as well. We'll see what sort of situation we really kind of end up in here, because there's a lot that can kind of sometimes make the difference on this, so. If those Colossus can kind of get the right sort of position, the lurkers may actually just kind of get lasered down for a bit. Now, they're probably not going to die to a few Colossus shots, but they can get softened up, and that maybe makes it possible to then run into the army. The size next plans will be done, so it will not be super easy to find a moment like that, but depends on kind of that layout of the siege. Like, sometimes you're only taking a couple of lurker shots and you can kind of fire back. And that would not be kind of a bad situation overall. As our Stalkers get through, we do see a couple of those lings going down. The rest of the Stalker Colossus army still gathering then, and the Knights Network building, the +3 attack building, Tempest on the way. Trying to fight up there, a couple of shots. We'll see a Lurker going down already as well. Just going to get that picked away immediately. And now everything else coming straight through too. I think he's actually going to get a jump onto a couple of these Stalkers, and so damage is being dealt. More hits coming back the other side. Again, a bunch of this Link-Hydra Lurker. Coming through too, Adrenal Glands plus 2 melee missiles coming up. The Hydra's on the way, Spire on the way. 2 more units still in the center of the map here from Mana. So you have another Tempest joining us in the middle. Again, plus 3 attack, Storm building. Just a lot of the good stuff from Mana. I mean, Yakov is not making a play to do anything. He's just taking base after base, so he's in no rush to kind of shut down this army, it would seem. Or to kind of start fighting back against Mana, so he's not kind of rushing to do anything, which kind of gives Mana the freedom to keep setting up here as well. Couple lanes going down, good force fields. Gonna trap a few of those roaches into the front as well. Now we have ducked in, one of the Colossus getting brought straight through, and that Colossus is gonna go down, but we still kind of picked away at a good bit from a distance there, so decent trade from Mana up against Yakov at first, I would say. Going to be having the, again, Storm, plus 3 attack upgrade also coming through. The plus 3 missiles and the plus 2 melee coming up as well, so we bring that into play. For now. And this network. Down on that right-hand side, again, it's the Lings that are gathering. And this comes into play. The few Lings still just going to nibble themselves through the rocks again. Couple Stalkers will get a few of the Lings, so again, some damage being dealt. We blink back over the side. The Lings getting the wraparound. Gonna see the Mothership showing up, and again, Lings will be good for the KO, so play clean up here for the moment. And I mean, what's really fun about this is that Mothership's going to continue to play clean up as well, so Mothership will get more damage done. This forward hatchery in trouble. We have got the detection, so we can slowly pick away at those Lurkers. They should be able to get out. As that Knights comes online, we should just be able to jump in. There's a Tempest showing up too. So we are going to be good to just about make it away before this gets denied again. Main army of Mana has ended up backing away from this also. Just giving things a little bit of space for now. You see the extra Hydra's building up at the moment. Again, plus 3 missiles is about to be done here, so you got that missile upgrade finishing up. See the rest of this all coming through. Army firing a few shots off over the sides as well. But just seeing where else we can go for the next moment or so here as we just have ourselves the cleanup. And realistically, Mana just working across the bottom portion of the map. That entire line on the bottom of bases is just something he keeps on expanding to for the moment. So going to see a pylon in the center going down. The Hydra Lurker still coming across. A few Hydras are going to, surge themselves forward, lunge themselves over. A couple of cannons going to get picked off here as well. Vipers do get feedback though. So it's not exactly going to be free from Yakov. You will find an Abduct on one of the Vipers that did have energy left, and a couple Storms coming through to try and zone things out now. Drops the Cloaking down. The Overseers, there's a good few of them, but I think there was not actually one close to the Overseer initially, so close to the Mothership Cloaking initially, so can't really contest that just yet. Just taking some more damage. Lurks will burrow a bit further up. Another step through. Pylon going to get taken down. Gate's going to get depowered. Hydra's going down as well. Mothership and these Immortals continue to fire through. The couple of Hydras just going to go down. Nice network. Getting hit. I mean, a lot of probes going down. The Nexus is in trouble, but I mean, these units kind of feel stranded here, no? Feel a little bit stuck. I don't know if we can get away. I was just going to see all those Lurkers getting cleaned upon for the moment or two. Maul's just going through all of the changes, just picking off a bunch of those as well. That's a very expensive trade out for Yakov. He loses all the Lurkers, so a complete reset there. Mana's army looking good as well, compositionally. Yeah, I guess Yakov is right to kind of go into the 10 additional corruptors right now. Let's just get those on the go. And just on the way down to that bottom right side. Yeah, next in the Zeld floating by, just going to be seeing the Nidus coming on through. Tempest and the Immortals step over to the left and begin to settle down here. Gonna see the Nidus taking some damage. Gonna go down. Spore getting picked away at as well. The Zeld's still charging through over on this side to go for a little bit extra. So again, looking for everything we can get here. This Nidus is gonna drop mana, taking the forward base as well. And if you're getting that forward base down, I mean, just again, base after base coming through, and Mana continuing to progress his position on this map. Liking that part of this game a lot. Just going to see a couple of Tempest shots coming through as well. It's going to end up with the recall down into trying to escape out of here for a couple moments at this point. Oop, sorry guys, mouse just flipped out there while dragging. Okay, we get rid of this forward base. At least there is some amount of denial going on. I mean, honestly, good, I guess, because we gotta start denying something here. Things were getting a little bit hectic, a little bit crazy, I think, if we were not gonna get a denial on this. So now we see probes and drones both dropping down as well. The Fueling is still getting jumped on and getting caught up also. So a lot happening there. A lot taking place right now as everything else continues through for the moment. And bring this up. I mean, at this point, we have Mana who is still trailing a little bit supply-wise. Resources lost, 21k to 18k, so not even that bad for Yakov, who does still maintain a pretty good base count over the majority of this game as well. So in that regard, we're also looking decent. Looking setting up, just going to see the Tempest will fire. A couple of Nidus networks on the left side being picked away at as well. Infestors coming in, Hydra's producing, Ling's building. And a couple of Infestors still building, a couple of Nidus on the right side. Lurkers will burrow and just get some damage done onto this Nexus. So Nexus taking some shots, we are going to be seeing the Tempest moving through, Hydra's getting picked away at. A lot of drones going down, a lot of probes being picked away at. The Zealot's just going to get in around this hatchery. So the hatchery is going to get surrounded. The Zealot's still working through that. The hatch will fall. Max Mana is going to be still pushing through the center. Going to get an Infestor. He eats a fungal though. But nice time warp. Good storms on the Corruptors as they come in initially. Corruptors going to get rid of the mothership. I mean, honestly, the British here is the Corruptors are just kind of melting away. You can see that Air Army has done work. The Archons underneath as well going huge. I mean, 15 kills between them, and some of them will absolutely be Corruptors because they just put in some absolute damage. I mean, Yakov just went for this. He got the good fungal at the start, but he never really had anything else in this, unfortunately. Seeing the Tempest still firing, and the Void Ray still coming through. Corruptors will pop out, just going to take those down as well, just going to chase them for a moment or so. Army still firing through. Spire going to get knocked down, the Archon's still there as well. Hydra Den is going to fall, and yeah, Corruptor Ultra Hydra is very much so in production for the moment now. The Corruptors come across, going to get rid of a couple Tempests over on this side. We will see the full recall here coming through as well. So Mana is going to be able to play cleanup on this initial part of the army and just get rid of some more of those Corruptors too. Clearing out over in that direction, and now going to get straight back onto the map again. So straight back over in this direction as well, and Mana is going to be the one pushing. He's cleaned out so many of these bases. So we're very limited in terms of base count from Yakov. He doesn't have a lot of mining left over. I think it's fair to say he doesn't have a whole lot of much left over at all right now. So things do seem to be kind of on the way of dying out in this game, unfortunately for our Red Yakov, which means he's going to be dying out in this series. This was kind of a bonkers series from the cannon rush attempts and everything else involved in it. I mean, it's just been a very weird matchup. But it does seem like one thing's sure now, and that is that Mana is looking very comfortable Doubling the army supply of his opponent should be good to get a GG confession soon from him. Unless Yakov can find some very good defensive positions to sit in and somehow magic something up. I mean, the issue is the anti-air has 3 Corruptors, 3 Vipers, 3 Queens, and there's still a Tempest in the game, so it doesn't feel as though you're going to be able to do much here. It feels as though this really is more than likely going to be on its way to being over, and hence GG gets called on that one. Sorry guys, my mouse is being a bit derpy. Just trying to give it a little clean because I just noticed it right at the end there again. It's annoying me, so trying to get it sorted. As Mana will survive. So Mana advances on through, which means we will actually have Mana versus Geralt as one of our later matches today. So we now know that Mana Geralt will be happening. And yeah, Mana Geralt is going to be happening. That's going to be lower bracket round 4. The winner of that then plays Shameless. The winner of that plays Christiana. I actually really like this section of the bracket for the guys. Whether it's Geralt, Mana, Shameless, I mean, whoever it is going through Christiana, they have a chance to make a bit of a run until the loser of Clem/Shin/Cure it comes into play. Then Showtime the round after will be tougher, but there's a couple more rounds you can advance right now and absolutely make some progress in this group or in this competition in the lower brackets. Cool. Alright, guys. I'm going to take a couple moments to BRB. I'll see you guys in a second. I'm just going to nip to the bathroom, and then when we come back, and get a drink as well. Excuse me. And then when we come back, we'll dive into the next game, which will be Nikoract versus ForJumy. And again, after that, we now know our 4th series of the day is going to be Geralt versus Mana. And again, after that will be Creator versus the winner of the Nikoract ForJumy series. So that's where we're at. I'll be right back with you guys in just a few. See you in a sec. Hey guys, it's gonna be 2 minutes. I just have to reply to an important email quickly. Alrighty guys, sorry for that. I had an email about my EWC payment because that's still a thing going on because I thought I got it sorted and then we didn't, and it's really fun because who doesn't like not getting paid? Anyways, sorted for now, at least, replied. And hopefully we'll back on track. Hopefully I get paid. Alright, let's jump into actually getting back on track in this series then, guys. Sorry for that. I just wanted to reply ASAP because it's been going on for months, and anytime they reply, I feel like if I reply ASAP, there's a better chance they reply quickly, even though it never works out like that. So let's fingers crossed, hope and see. For now though, we got another best of 5 in the lower bracket of the OSC Championship, Ladder Legends Championship bracket. We do have on the top left side, the red Terran player here is going to be Nikoract. Taking on the blue Protoss. Down in the bottom right corner, we've got Jumi. Did I get some rest between tournaments? I took Ellie on a walk, which was nice. I didn't take a nap. I figured by the time I lie down, get to sleep, wake up, it's like an hour. I don't think it was going to make the difference of me being good casting or not, so I'm just going to get through this, and then once we casted this, I'm chill for the rest of the day. All night until the WardiTV Mondays tomorrow. So, yeah, just taking that approach. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I did sleep decently yesterday anyway, to be honest, so that, like I said, obviously it wasn't a long sleep, but it was enough sleep to kind of get by on, so like I said, I'll sleep tonight, I'll catch up, all good. We get done with this. Got 3 best of 5s to go. Jumi Nikoract, Mana versus Geralt, and the winner of this versus Creator is what we've still got to go, so not too much for us to get through. Eric's going to come across, build a Reaper. Let's see if he controls back and forth a little bit. Orbital, Reaper coming through, Cybercore and the Nexus coming about. And have the Nexus coming down over here as well. Get that set up into play just for the moment. And we are on track for in one of this best of 5, guys. So let's see what happens. Another elimination match here. As to get here, Nikoract has taken out GG Machine, and Jumi took out Sebezda's. Nikoract lost to Christiana, and Jumi lost to Shameless in the initial upper bracket section. So that is how things have gone so far for these two in the event. Let's see if they can pull it back on this one. It's just going to be seeing the Command Center coming about, Factory coming through. Reaper is going to take a chance to fight. The Pylon taking some damage. The Adept is going to come shading across as well. We'll just have that Adept going to go get a shot on the Reaper to start us off. Another grenade going down to hit the Adept back over to the side also, so some good back and forth there. The Adept's still going to try and come through and look for a little extra here, looking for the chance to get toward the Reaper now. Don't think there's going to be much opportunity on that, but I'm going to give it a go, it seems. And 2 Reapers and the Hellion coming online, so just bringing all of that into play. And yeah, the Adept in the Warp Gate coming up as we speak. Continue to pull out over to the sides. Again, Twilight Council is on the way out. Probes are producing. And the Robo Facility coming up as well. I mean, Jumi, kind of intrigued what he does here. I know Nikoract likes to play the aggression and the heavier kind of early game stuff, but isn't afraid of obviously playing a later game too. I am intrigued to see if Jumi just kind of plays standard Blink, so kind of mixes up a couple of different units and styles. He's actually going to rush a Dark Shrine initially in this game, so there's already kind of an idea of kind of what I'm saying, in the sense of we start to see something a little bit different right away, a little bit, mix it up a little bit and so on and so forth. A couple of Depths will shade through, so just going to come straight across with those, and the Reapers continue to go running right now, as they are going to turn fight and pick away at an Adept. So Adept taking a bit more damage as well, a few more shots on that one. Let's continue by 2 probes going down, and yeah, I mean, Reaper gets back into the main base. He's going to continue to fight through. Dark Shrine is building up right now as well, so that's important to note. like I say, that Dark Shrine is going to be a big factor. It would have been big if maybe we hadn't seen this actually, but now the Reaper has already got the Scout on it. Maybe it will not be that big of a factor in the end, actually. So maybe this will not be as big of a deal as we thought it was going to. It's going to be seen 4 probes going down. That Reaper continued to do some good damage. Adept will get the cleanups. The Reaper goes down. A little shade coming in there. Banshee and Marines coming up. The cloaking is also going to be on its way through. On the top side, we've got the Prism coming across the top of the map and heading into the top left side. So we are still going to go for the DTs despite the Scout. So we're just going to send this anyway. It's always interesting, right? There's always that risk of, like, you know, your opponent's just super prepped for it and this is not going to do anything. But there's always the chance they slip up on the defense. I mean, it's not like we've built a Raven preemptively. It's not like we've actually built turrets preemptively. So maybe he just thought it was a pylon as well, right? I mean, now he definitely sees it, but yeah, there is that chance. The Banshee already putting some good damage in, but yeah, these DTs get in. Double scan could kill both. But Jummy's not watching. Jummy is not watching. He doesn't just kill both, he kills all 3 Dark Templar. And Nikoract is already killing probes across the map. That is a disaster for Jummy. You can't lose all 3 Templar to the same scan. I mean, obviously, a lot of the idea of the DTs is at the very least, even if they don't get a lot done, they force different scans. They force you to run around and at least deal with it for a while. That doesn't happen at all there. That's going to be GG for game number. Well, yeah, that was not quite what we were hoping for. Well, game number 2. I'm getting to this. It's going to be Nightshade as Nikoract takes a quick opening game of this series, and we head into a second map of this right now. Alright, we get into Nightshade here. We get this started as we go into the bottom right corner of the map. We will have ourselves the red Terran player. This is Nikoract. Up against the blue Protoss on the top left side of the map, Jummy, as we start off game 1, this best of 5. So we get settled here. Nexus and the gateway all coming up and online, so we get that started to begin with. And see what Jummy wants to do this time. I mean, obviously trying to go Dark Temple last time and then not really quite having the success with them that he wanted. Kind of put a quick end to that. The barracks still building up for a few moments. Get that underway. Get this all settled. So just get that barracks put down here. We'll have the Orbital and the Reaper building as we speak, and just have the Nexus Cyber Core both building through as well. So little bits and pieces here initially. And settle down. Yeah, the Nexus coming into play against Cyber Core coming through. Reaper is producing. And the SCV just comes over to drop the depot down as well. The Reaper is going to make its way out toward the upper left-hand side of the map. It's just going to start getting over there for a few moments, get that underway, get that in position. Oh, Adept going to shade. Reaper is going to back it up. Twilight Council coming down already on the side of Jummy, so we get that going into the main base. The Adept and the Wolf Gate coming down as well. Everything really is kind of just chill for the moment as we settle and see what we are going to do. Reaper is still holding back, just staying away, staying clear of the Adept momentarily. And yeah, blinking the Warp Gate coming up, so Jummy, just with a pretty standard blink startup, not going to go for the aggression that he sent into the early stages of the last map. So I'm mixing that part up already. Is Reaper and the Adept is going to sit there. Adept is going to start shading outward. Heading down the map to try and see where we can go. The bunker is up, the blink and the warp gate both building in. Again, we got a lot of that setting up already, so everything looking kind of as we expected to. The Reaper and the Hellion coming back to the top side of the map will also look to try and put some work in as they venture around here. And actually go for the dive through the natural and in toward the main base even. Heading just straight through there and making a play. A couple probes will start to go down, so we do get in with those early units. And this time around, we might actually get a better chance to see a little bit of what Nikoract really wants to do in this game, because obviously last time, things kind of got closed out a little bit too soon. Obviously, he went Banshees, and they were starting to deal damage. We never really got to see his follow-up or anything, right? So we might actually get to see a little bit more of that this time around, compared to in that first game. Because I was wondering if he was going to start like aggressively pushing with Marine Tank Banshee, or what exactly he might do. A couple of barracks coming online right there, so just bringing that up. You do see the Adept chasing the Marine down for a couple of moments as well. It's just going to chase that over to the sides. Again, Blink, Observer, all of that building through just for now, getting that settled. And away we go. We do have the Adept going to try and again find the shade for a couple of moments. The Marines will gather. Again, charge, Robo Bay, Nexus, the couple of probes all building through as well, so we bring a lot of that online. The Stalkers will shoot, going to blink underneath the Banshee, and as that Banshee gets blinked upon, it's going to get cleaned out there. Again, Marine Tank Banshee all coming by, the Engineering Bay and the Barracks building as well. Going to get rid of the Adept to the front for now and then walk straight into the Stalkers. That's not a fun way. Observer here as well, so that really is not a fun way to start off with for Nikoract. This really just goes wrong right from the very get-go. Definitely not what you're looking for at all. The Stalkers look to get into the main base in the next few moments against him, and the +1 coming through. Charge is building on the Twilight Council as well. We will see those Stalkers coming around and figuring just what they want to try and do over this next little bit of time. Stalkers with a chance to get in toward the main base. So we're going to be there for the moment. Well, I was just moving through, a few Stalkers sitting out the front a little bit. Bio is going to come in and try and contest at the front as well, so and that going. Tank sieging. Stim combat and +1 all coming through. The +1 on the thermal lance coming by, and the rest of the medevacs and the bio units are going to push out the front here as well. See, again, push away. Stalkers taking some damage. Stimpak, Combat Shield, and the +1 coming through as well, just for a couple of moments. Again, Thermal Lance and the +1 attack coming by for now, so just going to get that going. As the bio joins, again, we push out a little bit. A couple of Wooden Mines step through. Army coming down this ramp. The Stalkers get chased away. And just initially, just going to push ourselves away from that and just get ourselves out of this little bit of a setup for the moment. Stalkers pulling through. I'm actually going to get all these Stalkers. A nice catch coming in from two sides, and that's a great way to shut down that position right there. So that's going to be a great little catch as we do see the command center and the sensor tower continue to set up. Charge and the +1 and the extra zealots and the +2. All of that continuing by as well. We still see the rest of the Marine Marauder medevac coming in, the sensor tower building. And just have ourselves the CC landing down on that third base location as well. So we just get that in position. The rest of these units out into the center still currently. making a big push. I mean, we've got 3 Colossus here. Are we prepped for this? I mean, honestly, it comes down to the siege tanks, but the Colossus do not get in range of these siege tanks for a long time, and by the time they do, the tanks are kind of dying already. ForJumy with a very solid attack timing here, and again, if you're playing the defense, you need to figure out a way against these Colossus, and right now that's just not being the case. Good micro of the Colossus into the Prism as well, as ForJumy looking to bounce it back again in this series. He's going to save that Colossus as well. Good pickup micro from him thus far in this game. And now going to turn his attention to this third base. A few SCVs going down, 10 workers killed. Order command floating back over to the right-hand side, +2 attack. Immortal building by. Marine Marauder Viking coming through. Starport building from Nikoract, just getting himself a couple of these Vikings out, which is kind of what we need. He'll find an observer at the front, but otherwise things are not looking great. Again, Immortal, Forge, a few Zealots and the +2 attack upgrade, all building for the moment. Starport coming around as well. Viking Marine Marauder continues to produce, and the armor upgrade going to be a part of that as well. Everything is settling here as the Vikings will be there to hit the Prism back the other way. Stalker Force taking a step through, just taking a chance to come to the front. And the rest of the Bio Army settling at the moment here as well. And just having ForJumy ready for round 2 of this. He's up 40 supply. And well, we have the Vikings are going to step forward and see if they can get some free shots off, which is going to result in them getting blinked on. We do kill the Prism. That's nice, but ForJumy might not need the Prism to reinforce this attack. At this point, the Colossus are looking good because all the Vikings are dead. And yep, it's going to be exactly that in terms of what happens. ForJumy is going to get game 2 as Nikoract says GG. The Colossus push was a little bit too much, and he was not really ready to deal with that at all, unfortunately. Like I say, that is going to be GG. Alright guys, we're going to go game 3 of this series. We're going to be going to Tyto Citadel as we kick this one into another map, looking to break the tiebreaker to see who's going to take it onto match point advantage. Let's get this going. On the top left-hand side is going to be our red Terran player. This is going to be Nikoract. He is tied up with ForJumy in the bottom right corner, who is on the map for an early probe, moving across, looking to find some value. NCV and the depot coming about, probe and the pylons coming up. And a lot of this buy for the moment as we just get the pylon into the top left hand side, so just put that into position, get that on the go. Get things resettled here in just a moment as we have the gateway coming down, a couple of refineries coming up with the barracks as well, so again we get that on the way. STV will pull over, probe will take some damage, and again we have gateway and the assimilator coming by. Barracks and the SCV production continues as well. Not gonna lose the probe, and the SCV gets that kill. Thumbs up from ForJumy. He's like, good job, buddy. Good job. One gateway proxied, one gateway back at home, so we're gonna go for 2 gateways, and obviously a good amount of pressure will come from this, considering we have one on the map and one not. And yeah, we will definitely try and get some damage done here early as ForJumy as he sets up on Tyto Citadel. Early in this game, too. The Zealot's going to be out in a couple of moments, so we'll bring that through. And as the Zealot pops, just going to wait, because right now, Nikoract has yet to scout, so Nikoract is as blind as he could be. He does not see what's going on. This Reaper is the first scout of the game for him. So going across the map, he will obviously start to identify the fact that there's a gateway, but also, most importantly, there's a very late nexus. Gateway in the main over here is not doing anything, actually, so it's just inactive. I'm kind of surprised by this. Okay, now starts up a Stalker. So maybe he just doesn't want to build his ult on that side. So let's do show up on the other side. I mean, this is a cancel the low ground scenario, but you let it tank some damage first, and then cancel it a bit further down the line. The Reaper will start to get some of the probes, so keep an eye on that as the SCVs repair up against this at the moment. Bunker really does kind of need to be on the way sooner rather than later, because the bunker goes a long way towards saving you in the grand scheme of things in this game, so that would definitely be a major plus if we could get to it. And let's just see the Reaper and the Stalker will duel a little bit. 2 probes killed, and now Stalker across the map is going to get into action as well and get involved on this situation. So, again, involved, and a couple of Reapers still popping through. SCVs are going to pull forward. They're going to be able to surround the Zealots at least, and with the Hellions out, the Zealots won't last super long. We're now going to build 2 more Reapers. The Stalker is a little stuck as well. It's also going to go down. We kill 8 workers, though. However, now we've got 2 Reapers and 2 Hellions. For the moment, they're going to chase this Stalker down. Next Stalker's not going to be here for a hot second. This Reaper's going to join in as well, and this is not good. Because now we're going to have, what, 1 Stalker showing up? I mean, it's actually going back home, so this Stalker goes running. This gateway is going to be lost, and Nikoract loses a bunch of workers, but at least is going to put a complete shutdown on this aggression. So, I mean, that's the way to do it. Like, if you're going to lose workers, make sure you lose workers one time, but that is it. The attack is over after that. Now we send the Reaper Hellion across the map, and this is awkward because there's not a lot of units back at home. 1 Stalker and an Adept on the way. Defense is going to have to try and be very solid here. Reaper and the Hellion rejoining once again, so still settling in. Just a moment or two. Reapers and the Hellion's going to fight. This Adept is just going to go down. Good micro from good micro from Nikoract, pulling the hurt units back as well. Just kept it as an overwhelming number. Jimmy just going to say GG. This went so wrong so quickly for him. This kind of felt like everything was fine. You know, the pressure was coming in. We were just getting started, and then bam! Next thing we know, everything is just falling apart a little bit, honestly. So, yeah, a little bit of a wild one, if I'm honest. A little bit of a wild one. Well, that leads us to map 4, which will be ForJumy, Nikoract on Winter Madness, guys. I'll have to run some. I think we'll get away without ads, actually, to be honest. Unless they end up playing a very long game. Watch them play the longest game of the series now, and I'm going to be like, ugh. I have snoozers, though, so I can snooze the ads off if we need to. Let's send it. Game number 4, Nikoract versus ForJumy on the way in. Get this going for you guys in the OSC Championship. Ladder Legends Championship bracket. Lower bracket elimination match for ForJumy all of a sudden as he faces being knocked out here by Nikoract, depending the result of this game. In the top left-hand side, we do have the red Terran player. This is Nikoract. And in the bottom right-hand side, the blue pro, is going to be ForJumy. Alright, pylon. Probes and no probe on the map just yet is obviously the most important part of this, so no super fast probe onto the map to try and cause some trouble. Now we're going to go probe after gateway, probe scout after gateway it looked like, but he's actually going to pull it back and play a bit riskier than that instead, so changes his mind a little bit, not the end of the world. Probe is just coming through and getting mining for the moment. Alright, gateway coming down. Again, the barracks is building as well. Everyone is happy here early, I would say. No one's doing anything too crazy. We're going to throw the Nexus immediately from ForJumy. Before Cyber Course, just going to begin. Nexus down nice and quick, not really overly concerned just yet. Reaper in the orbital coming through. Cybercore Nexus building, the probe on the way. So just got that Reaper coming through here, and yeah, simulator building from ForJumy on this main base. Nexus into position. You see the Reaper just heading down to the bottom side, so I'm going to come straight across here currently. Get in position with the Reaper, heading to the bottom right corner. See what we can do. We do have the Twilight Council building on the side of Jumy, so we get that started already. Again, next is coming up, Warp Gate on the way. Reaper just taking a bit of damage there already. Reaper Hellion on the way through. Get that set up as well. Twilight Council Gateway. Warp Gate, sorry. Just heading towards Blink here as Jumy. I wonder if he's got some more aggression up his sleeves. Obviously tried Dark Shrine once in this matchup. May try it again. You know, it's been a couple of games now. Maybe the Dark Shrine's back on the menu. Maybe it's just very regular Blink. Or maybe it's another curveball. You know, go charge or something. Not the most common. Still charge for a while in PvT was a little bit of a regular option, but it's not been for a hot second as the Reaper Hellion of Nikoract heads down the map and to that bottom right side. It's just going to go straight through the center, down to the bottom right, just for the moment. I'll start fighting. The Hellion gets rid of that at depth. The Stalker going to get grenaded around a little bit as well. Now the units are going to get through here, so already a couple workers going down. We're going to kill a third here. We'll easily get to 4. The question is just how many workers we can actually get overall. 5. We'll find 6. We have the target 5 for 7. Get 8 easily, and that's going to be 9 for the total. Great start from Nikoract in the game, which if he wins is going to advance him through to the next round. Unfortunately for Jumy, what is a must-win game is not exactly starting the way he would have wanted it to. That's a little bit more damage than sure he would have liked to have taken here straight away. See the Stalker shooting there, just hitting the rocks on the low ground, so you're not missing anything there. Just a little bit of cleanup on the terrain around the map. What are you, a Nikoract fan? Ah, I like Nikoract. I like Jumy too, though. Nikoract winning is nice because it means we do not get an extra PvP on the day, so it just means we don't end the day with double PvP, but I like Jumy. Honestly, I don't mind what we cast today, so I want either of these guys to win. I just want good games, honestly. I just want either of these guys to come in and show some fun content. I mean, these have been a very quick set of games so far. Nikoract and Jumy have been playing quick games. The Stalkers just gather up for a couple moments. Figuring what we want to do here. As this is going to camp the front, obviously pretty typical to keep map control and keep vision on things. Third Nexus is going down. You can see the first Banshee showing up is going to get a bunch of workers. It's not great. Pro facility is available. Where's the Observer at? It is there on the left-hand side, so it's there. We just need to actually get it into play. Banshee continues through. 4th worker, 5th worker going down initially. Going to make it 6 probes killed. Well, he loves all players and therefore hates all players equally. Can't believe you just shared my secret like that. Jeez. I say the word love so that, you know, try and cover it up. And you just call me out? Unbelievable. I mean, Banshee's getting more probes here. Defense is not really ready. Jumy gonna have the tank sieging up on his 3rd base. Does not have charges yet either, so things are a little bit off for Jumy right now. On his way to charge, on his way to Colossus, but not ready to defend against this. Obviously, it doesn't help that your probes are running around base to base, being chased by a Banshee that is left on the loose, that you have no real control over. So, it's going to get jumped on now. This Banshee will get chased away. It's just it is actually a cloaking Banshee, but didn't cloak it up here. It just pulls back. 3rd base does go down. Gag, says Jumy. Gag! GG well played is what he follows up with. After Gag, GG well played. Don't know what Gag could stand for. Good executed game. There you go. Good executed game, he says. As Nikoract takes 3-1. And we'll advance here in the OSC Championship Ladder Legends Championship bracket, my friends. Alright, so. We will continue through. Boom, boom, boom. There, guys. People already answering in the chat, but we're casting replays. These games were just pre-played. It just helps with the scheduling of the tournament. But they've never been seen before, so we kind of call this a live cast still, because the casting's live, the games are ones you've not seen before. We have like three things. I have like live casting, like just completely live. To me, live casting is kind of the same thing. Like live casting live games and live casting games from replay that have not been seen before is still a live cast. It's like the live cast, the first cast of the tournament you're casting, right? Then you've got like a replay cast. To me, a replay cast is a casting replays that have been seen elsewhere. So then you start, talking about if a tournament happened and I cast that tournament on a different day or later in the same day. That's a, that's kind of a replay cast. And then, the third one was, like rebroadcasting, which is when we actually have already casted the games live, shown them on stream, and then we show them a second time as a video file, which is obviously the idea behind the rebroadcasts. Those are kind of the three ways to go. Like one wall off, right? I don't want to see this. That's a pretty good clip just for YouTube, maybe. I like that one. Everyone give that clip in the chat a watch so I can find it later easily. Appreciate you. Thank you. Clip cool things if you see them, guys. I'm trying to be very active with YouTube shorts and stuff for the minute on the YouTube, so if you see anything you think is cool, clip it, send it to me. I think it's very, very fun. That's a pummy, guys. Welcome on the Raiders. Yeah, so Nikoract advances. That means we're just going to go into Geralt versus Mana here next, guys. Perfect. So it's some PvP coming up in a few moments. We're going to be starting this series on Tourmaline. Let's go to a quick message from the sponsors of the OSC Championship, Ladder Legends. I'll see you guys in a moment for more StarCraft 2.
StarCraft is a freaking hard game. When you look at where you are and then where the very best are, improving can start to feel like an impossible task. But it doesn't have to be this hard. Enter Ladder Legends. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy aimed at helping you understand, enjoy, and improve at StarCraft. More than that though, Ladder Legends is a community where StarCraft gamers can get together, make new friends, and dive deeper into the game with them. With incredible coaches and talent like Groovy, Mixu, Gamer Richie, and Tempo, you know something special is happening here. The folks over at Ladder Legends have big plans too, and aim to expand their services into other games. Potential titles include Apex Legends, Valorant, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, and more. Join their Discord to let them know what you want to see out of them. And if you only care about StarCraft, join their lively and active Discord anyway. They've also recently launched a fabulous website for their academy, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, the ability to book one-on-one coaching, and more. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen. Once again, thank you to Ladder Legends for the support. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy specializing in StarCraft for the moment, which has helped people who have been hard stuck break through that ceiling and hit ranks like Masters and even Grandmasters in as short as a month. Be sure to check out their fantastic new website, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, and the ability to book one-on-one coaching. Gain access to all of that and more by subscribing to Ladder Legends for as little as £14.99 British pounds a month. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen.
Ladder Legends, thank you so much. You can see more about them on the poster on the side here. And find out more on their website, ladderlegendsacademy.com. Sorry, the poster's a bit small for me to read everything out on my screen, I have it in a teeny little preview box, but if you would like to check it out, the information's all there. I'll just leave that up for a moment while we get settled into our next matchup of this. A moment or two while I figure this out. It's going to be Geralt, Mana. I'm the only one casting now. Our other caster disappeared. They abandoned us. We only have 2 best of 5s left, guys. I guess we've been live for 3 hours already for this tournament, though, so I guess 3 best of 5s left. Kind of 2 best of 5s left makes sense. Maybe that's not as crazy as for some reason I was thinking it might be. Cool. Cool. Alright, I think we can just go then, guys. Let's do this. Geralt versus Mana. Coming at ya. Hey, Wardy, as I always appreciate you and the effort you put forward. I appreciate you and the nice words and being here and watching some StarCraft with me. I really do. Like, just thank you, guys. It really has been an amazing month and a half or so on stream. It's, we're grinding at the moment. Like, I really meant it. We are grinding right now, and we're not letting up. So, if you're enjoying, hit follow. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe. If you want to support us further, just do all the things, man. Very exciting, by the way. We hit the 48,000 subscriber mark on YouTube, so we are closing in on the goal of 50,000. We're closing in on it. So I'm gonna sell out on that a little bit soon, and then we can officially be halfway to a little silver play button. How exciting is that? Spoilers, very exciting, in case you weren't aware. Grizzle the Bear, thank you so much for the 1-year resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. We just slipped below 1,400 subs, guys. So if you want to help us stay at the cool number for another day, consider being like Grizzles and hitting us up with the Prime sub. It's greatly appreciated. Helps us out a bunch. Obviously, this is not our event, but it helps us to run events as well, such as the WardiTV Mondays, as well as the other WardiTV events that happen, and so on and so forth as well. So if you fancy supporting, do check that out. We also have the WardiTV Patreon page, but we'll talk more about that tomorrow during the WardiTV Mondays. For now, we shall move on through with a cheeky little pylon on the map to start things off. Final finish, get this started, get that underway. Just to start us off here for a moment or two. It's going to be a forward pylon and a robo facility coming down from Mana. Are we surprised? Not really, right? I mean, a forward robo facility. We've seen it we've seen it a few times, let's just put it simply. So, forward robo coming down here from Mana. Geralt in the bottom left, just getting a couple of stalkers and the warp gate building as well. Getting that on the way. Yeah, robo facility building, warp gate coming by. The couple stalkers coming in from Geralt, and we do have the couple stalkers from Mana as well. Now, Geralt, does he spot this robo? So far, no, he does not. So, currently blind to the proxy. Does not currently know that it is happening. See if we can sort that out and deal with it anyways. He's going to be the one to apply pressure initially with the stalkers, at least as he gets over here, and Mana only has the adepts initially, but we'll have some stalkers in a moment. The adepts are kind of fun because now they can shade onto the stalkers and how to push them back if they were low. It's just a threat, right? So these stalkers can't really do too much because, like I say, if they get too low, the adepts can kind of chase them down and get a kill. See the stalkers and adepts going to come through, going to hit that pylon, and obviously this is Geralt that's kind of walled Mana in. Pylon gives the high ground vision so those units can still be hit as well. We are going to be seeing these stalkers really trying to brute force their way into this. A probe to try and hold at the front as well, stop the chase down. just for another couple moments. We have the Stalker's getting caught again. We are going to lose one Stalker in return, though. The couple sentries are going to step up now as well. Immortal comes over. So the Immortal actually comes in from across the map and actually plays cleanup. What's awkward is obviously now you've been kind of cleaned up as Geralt, so you lost everything. Well, Mana is going to continue his aggression down toward that bottom left-hand side. So Mana bringing this over, getting this into position here, looking to get feisty here in this PvP. Again, we do have, actually, I guess, with Nikoract winning PvT to end the day as well, guys. So we do have Nikoract versus Creator coming up. Who's been hotter recently, Mana or Geralt? That's actually a really interesting question. I feel like I don't cast Mana that much. I feel like they're very interchangeable in terms of results. Maybe Geralt, but I feel like that's just because Geralt ran WardiTV October a few months back. I don't know, Mana can be really good as well. I think they're very similar players in terms of ability right now, in terms of what you expect out of them. Hallucination coming about, just going to be seeing the Prism. Getting a couple of Adepts underway underneath, and we are going to be seeing these units still pressing through. The Gateway is going to take some damage as well, so the Gateway continues to get chunked away at. Stalkers and the Sentries are going to step back through. Uh-oh, need to save that with the Prism. It was out of reach, apparently. It took a moment or two to actually get the lift going there and to save the day. But we do save the day, and the Immortal is kept alive for the moment. Still wants to try and get in for the second gate at the moment. Stalkers trying to come through. Again, Mortal Sentry coming about. Just going to be seeing a couple of Sentries coming in. Just going to get ourselves settled in and see what else we can get done for the moment here as we keep pushing onward at the moment. Stalkers, the Immortals gathering up. I mean, we would really like to get this Gateway, but it's starting to be expensive, especially as you keep kind of get force field forward. Every time that happens, it costs you a couple of units. We'll finish the Gateway now, so Mana is able to get rid of that. Obviously, both players playing with the Immortals and the Prism. It's important that Mana maintains map control for a while, because if you don't maintain map control, this Robo is obviously extremely exposed at that point, and that's when things will become an issue as well. So, you want to try and avoid that issue from kind of coming around in the first place, if at all possible. Everything moving through, the Immortals and the Stalkers over to the side for a second there. Got that Prism coming back over as well. Just going to get moving there on top of everything else. And yeah, the Robobay, the Immortal, continue to come by for a couple moments. The Prism off to the sides just for the moment as well. Stalkers will keep shooting. The Immortal's going to take some damage. We are going to have an attempt to kind of get up to the high ground there initially, so it's trying to find a little bit of opportunity, but it doesn't really go all that brilliantly so far. It's going to be seeing the couple extra warp-ins still coming through as well, so just keep those going as the army of Geralt sits out in this main base and waits to see what's next. Robobay and the Immortals continue through. Continue to bring that online just for a moment or two and see where we go from here. The Adepts will shade to the high ground and make their move. Will not commit, but again, just trying to find vision. I like these Immortals from Mana. Just continue to try and find damage. Just do not lose the Prism, because the moment you lose the Prism here, really, that becomes an immediate disaster, and this is never worth it. So, 2 Immortals are just expensive. And if you lose the Immortals and you lose map control, you lose the Robo, then you can't build more Immortals for the foreseeable future, and then it becomes a much more awkward situation all over again. So, something to think on there. You can just see a couple of Immortals still coming by, a couple shots coming in, trying to get feisty. Steps will make their shade through the force field, up the ramp. And Stargate building, next on the way through. The couple of units are going to be there to help push this back as well, so the Prism will load up and back away. Disruptor shot will fire forward again. Just going to see the Adepts pulling back through. And again, Stargate, the Nexus, all of that continue to build just for the moment. Putting the modes of few Adepts down to the low ground, the few Adepts will shade. Out onto the map, the Prism pulling back down to the south once again. Again, trying to see where we can get to for the moment. We'll upload up on the high ground. The Immortals will fire. Finally gets killed. Disruptor shot fires forward. Just not managed to land just yet. Now these 2 Immortals continue to hit, and the Pylon taking some damage. The Immortals are going to turn onto the Stalker, which would have been a kill if it was not for some quick micro out of Geralt. Expand finishing versus expand starting, so Mana takes that big expansion advantage just for the moment here. And that's going to be a big deal overall, because obviously having that expand faster definitely opens the door a little bit for you. Let's see the Phoenix still continue to come on by. And again, the Nexus coming about, the Observer coming through, and there's group of units from Geralt just settling down over here on the left side as well. The rest of this army from Mana and into the bottom side. The Immortal still producing. Because I'm still trying to find a chance, but not going to be able to do too much just yet still. So it goes down. Disruptor Shock going to land. Oh my goodness, Mana. Oh my goodness, Mana. He's going to eat both the Disruptors on his Immortals. I mean, he just kind of flew his Prism forward. I'm surprised the Prism didn't die. I guess there's not a lot of anti-air, but I guess he was distracted by these Adepts, but that ain't no excuse, right? You just can't... You can't get distracted when you're right in the front of your opponent's base. And I mean, that wasn't just one Disruptor shot. He had both the Disruptor shots. He absolutely was panicking, and just obviously bad crisis management there, unfortunately. Great moment from Geralt to get some shots off, though, and a good distraction from him. He created that opportunity for himself. So Geralt helps to make it happen, helps put himself into a better position here at the start of the game. So, like I said, definitely helping himself in that regard early. Mana's coming back with these two Immortals and the Prism. Going to come straight over here and go for that pylon. That pylon power is pretty much everything, so it's a pretty big pylon to get rid of. Robo and 3 gateways going down. Mana has the Stargate. He's going to have the Phoenix out. He's going to try and go for the Prism, but the issue is going to be the battery keeping it alive for a little while. The Prism, it's going to go to that bottom left-hand corner, around the swinging that way. The Phoenix left over to the right. It's going to get a few more probes. Mana definitely seen success with this drop. I mean, the Phoenix are really nice to have, because in the fight, they're going to be able to be really useful against the Disruptors. You pick those up and you kind of take them out of the equation right away. So you're just going to knock them out of here. There's another pylon's going down in a moment or so, and Geralt's not close to facing a supply block, but eventually that's a pylon he has to rebuild. As Mana just, again, chips his way through some damage here, some damage there. Devs get up into the main base, and nothing to really deal with them in position straight away, as Mana pulls in to go and try and handle the scenario. Doesn't want to let them get too much done. Just a frustration, right? If those Adepts find too much damage, you end up in a pretty bad spot. Just going to be seeing the rest of this gathering back together. Again, the Immortal, the Phoenix coming through. Prism coming over. We're seeing the other units gathering about. Disruptor going to be there. The Prism coming around to the side. Phoenix going to get the Prism. Going to be able to take that down. The Prism just about pulling out of here, as well as just getting out down to that south position for a moment or two. We are going to see the Robo Facility still cranking out another Immortal, as you'd maybe guess, to be honest. Stalkers go back. Phoenix take damage again. Going up to the top side. Robo Facility going to be trying to build, but Mana's supply blocked, so he loses an Immortal there. Still supply blocked, unfortunately. Oh, this Robo goes down. That's the benefit of Geralt. After all this time, he's finally able to kind of get back and deny that pylon. As we see the Immortals. Oh, they recalled expecting this pylon to be dead, but it did not die. Just leaves a few of the gateways up. I get it. You want to get back over here. What I don't love for Mana right now is the fact that those Disruptors can kind of bully their way into this position. Then instead, we do have the Phoenix that can obviously lift up and cancel the Disruptors as well. Gotta make sure if they fire from too far back, we don't let them do too much. The Phoenix going to commit in. Yeah, we're going to be able to get one Disruptor here. Cost you a Phoenix, but I mean, it's adding up in your favor, right? As Disruptor shot is better, and we are going to see the Prism now in some trouble. Going to lift another Disruptor at the front here. Can't really keep that alive. Next Disruptor gets lifted as well, so the Disruptor's not doing much of anything. And the issue is you're so reliant on these Disruptors. They're a big part of your army. Your opponent has significantly more Immortals than you, so Geralt is going to start losing this fight pretty heavily as we pull on in, and we are going to be seeing Mana shutting down this force to begin with. That is a good defense out of Mana, really well handled, and Geralt getting pushed completely out of the way on this one as Mana looks to ride this to a victory screen in game 1 of the best of 5. Leading this to a victory screen, absolutely. Well, and we're still gathering through, getting set here. So we've seen these couple stalkers going down, and I mean, again, the Phoenix, the power is they're going to be able to stop units from retreating away, so Mana finds even a few more units over there. Another nice catch. And Mana is really in killer position right now in game number 1 of this BO5. Lower bracket round 4 of the OSC Championship brackets, and win this. Like I say, I really like the section of the bracket these guys are in. I don't think that any match is easy, but you gotta like the chances. I mean, one of the guys between the winner of this and Shameless has to start making a run, right? And you know, at this point, every series you win is a run, and you've got a few PvPs in a row, so you get hot in the right matchup at the right time. And it feels like anything's possible. Which is what I think is so fun about this bracket and exciting about this section in general. It really does feel like for anyone, this section of the bracket is very winnable for the foreseeable future. As like I say, the winner of this plays Shameless, winner of that plays Christiana. Then it probably gets a little bit tougher, but by then you're really deep in the bracket, to be honest. That'd be lower bracket around 6. At that point, we are talking about being like top. Like top 10 in the tournament, which is really sick, to be fair. Decent payday at that point as well. Alright, Mana gets it done in the end. I mean, Geralt really made it difficult for him. He was not giving up easily, obviously, as he shouldn't. But yeah, did not make that easy on Mana, at least. But was not able to win out in the end, guys, as I just have a minute of ads to play. Once these ads get played out, we'll get into a game number 2. It's ready to go. Do 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 do. Bum bum ba 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 bum 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 bum. I've casted too much today. All I have to do between the games is sing along to the soundtrack. That's all I've got. All I've got. Gonna be a zombie by the end of this. We only have this series and one more to go. It's not that bad. It's a good long day, don't be wrong, but like, you know, honestly, like, there's a bit, one of the most interesting things is the difference it is when it's like, because earlier I was casting, don't get me wrong, waking up middle of the night is not exactly ideal, right? But because I was casting someone else's tournament earlier, I mean, this is someone else's tournament too, but I have to observe at least, right? At least earlier, like, all I had to do was put the freaking clean feed on and start casting, you know? So, I put the clean feed on, I just start casting, bam. You know? And then just cast and talk, and honestly, like, yeah, I was, you know, this was kind of tiring because I was tired because it was the middle of the night. But, like, usually days like that are so chill because I just get to watch games. I don't have to stress about what's going on. If there's downtime, it's not on me. I mean, obviously, if there's a lot of downtime, it can be frustrating and, you know, trying to fill the silence. But I just take the approach of just, like, I'm going to talk over stuff when there's stuff to talk over and enjoy the games. And, like, it's super chill. So, the first however many hours of my stream today was super chill because it was just that setup, right? Like I say, when you get to observe and you have to think a little bit more and stuff like that as well. Also, I have to read still the YouTube comments as well. People are upset on the YouTube channel that I didn't have the energy that other casters have during the All-Stars matches because, well, I don't know. I think it might have been, now just a theory, I think it might have been something to do with the fact I was casting at 3 AM in the morning, but don't ask me. But yeah, no, I mean, yeah, these long days are only as bad as the kind of the job that comes with them. And like I say, when the job is a clean feed for a bunch of it, it really is that much easier. So I really can't complain. It's nice to get long days in because more StarCraft is good and it does well for the stream. And when the stream does well, I guess that's the thing as well, right? There's also that kind of factor of like when the stream is going well and like when the viewers are good or when there's, you know, some subs and some support and stuff like that. Like when that stuff happens and when it starts going like that, it makes the day go a lot quicker and easier too. I guess TLDR, the worst days are the days where I have to admin everything, sort out the players showing up, observe everything too, and then, you know, we have like one Prime sub in the 4-hour stream, and I'm just like, oh, that was fun. Really not sponsored by Monster Energy. No, I did not wake up and neck an energy drink. The first thing I did at 3 AM in the morning, believe it or not. Crazy, I know. Probe chasing Proby for a couple of moments. As we come through, see a little bit of what's going on. Get set up for a little while. And yeah, side goes gateway. Excuse me, coming through for a second here. Get this up and running. Maybe I should be. I think we should be sponsored by a lot of people, but they don't agree, so... I think everyone should sponsor us, and I think everyone should support StarCraft, because StarCraft is mint. You know? Can you imagine the WardiTV Monster Energy 2026 series? Sick. I could give them a title sponsor if they want it, you know? I could give them a title sponsor. Doesn't even take much to sponsor our events, man. Like, I actually think considering how much certain people pay me to put like sponsors on stream or like play a game for an hour, I really think people are missing out on like a simple trick of like, if they just sponsored my tournament series, they could get so many clicks for the price comparative to sponsoring other things. I know sometimes like sponsorship things, the only problem with the 2026 series is like it's more of like a long-term event, and people like kind of getting their clicks in return very quickly. I really think the deal I could make on sponsoring the 2026 series would be very good. Just in case anyone is out there and is just thinking, you know what I fancy doing? I fancy sponsoring StarCraft. Wonder if that'd work for me. I've got a great deal for you. I can hit up an amazing deal. Well, I don't know if it's actually amazing, but in my head it's amazing compared to the other sponsorships we do, which pay a lot of money for like 1 hour of sponsorship or something. It's crazy. So, anyways, yapping on. Let's maybe yap on about the PvP, shall we? Let's actually do some real talk. It was a gateway, just the one into expand from Mana, so he's gonna go Stargate with that, and then Twilight Council follows. He's just gonna get the 1 Oracle, and then the 2 Oracles, and then get out to playing the catch up on the Blink. Whereas the opponent will go into Blink pretty quickly in comparison, just because obviously he did not go for the single gateway, and he did not go for the Stargate, so... Geralt is not a 1-gate expander. He almost always plays 2 gates. Even when kind of 1-gate expander was a little bit more common, Geralt was the guy who was just like, no, I will 2-gate. Geralt 2-gating was like Max Packs 1-gate, and it's almost like the gateway was always missing from the games of Max Packs, and it always ended up in the game of Geralt. Not that 2 gates is kind of weird, but he was always 2-gating even the maps with the ramp where everybody was 1-gating a few patches ago in PvP. I was just going to set to the top. Again, the Blink coming through. Going to be a little bit faster from Geralt. We'll see if he can do much with it. The thing is if you move out to try and take advantage of your Blink, there's going to be the threat of these 2 Oracles immediately. So at the very least, they are going to have a possibility of kind of showing up and putting some damage in. So there's a couple of things to be cautious of here for sure, as we do see the Adepts and into this main base. Going to come around and look for some opportunity here. The Oracle's flying through. Stalker's going to be there to push the Oracles out. I was going to say, yeah, the Oracle's in an awkward place. Drops the recall, close the production tab so we can see its health bar. It's okay, got away anyway. So 6 probes go down. We have to recall the Oracles out of trouble there from Mana. And he's going to get straight back on the map with them. Not because he didn't recall them because he wanted them back at home. He just didn't want them to be stuck in that corner, which they very much so were. Obviously, he was only really keeping them alive by spam clicking them deeper into the corner on a repeat. So just trying to stay clear of that. As you see the Stalkers stepping on the map, coming through for a moment or two. I have that Blink coming into play. Get the settled for a couple of moments. The Forge coming up, the Nexus on the way by. Blink coming up as well, so Mana will be about to match Blink with his opponent. Mana already taking this third base, as is Geralt, so everyone's just kind of happy going into what feels like the macro PvP at the moment. Hey Wardy, do all Patreon funds go back to the game? Yes, everything on my Patreon goes directly into tournament prize pools. I even make up the transaction fee, so if you pledge $10 and I only get $9 of it because of transaction fees or whatever, we still make sure $10 ends up in prize money. It's pretty much the foundation prize pool we use for all of our events. So, for example, this month we have the Winter Cup, as well as obviously, you know, we always have WardiTV Mondays. Next month we'll have WardiTV Winter Championships. So, it's kind of the foundation for all of those events. So, the more we got on Patreon, you'll notice this year, if Patreon keeps up the way it is, you'll notice the events will be a little bit more kind of flush with prize money compared to last year, because we can just start off at a kind of better base amount each month compared to what we were able to last year. Gonna sub? Hell yeah, appreciate it. The Patreon's doing amazingly. It's at an all-time high, which in 2026 is pretty crazy. And yeah, there'll be a better announcement about this soon, but for the WardiTV 2026 series, we'll be pretty much, instead of doing like a big crowdfunding effort, we'll just be doing all of our crowdfunding through Patreon this year. Because I think it's just better to push the Patreon than it is to try and push people to a crowdfunding site. I'm going to just say, if people are interested in making a bigger one-time donation, you can do so. I'm just not going to set up the full crowdfunding thing like we have done in the past for different things. We're just going to really push the Patreon this year. So, appreciate it if you consider supporting over there. But there's obviously a lot going on here, and this is OSC, and OSC is awesome too. You should definitely check them out and all their sponsors. As we currently have this lower bracket match continue to develop this PvP. You're going to see Mana poking over the left-hand side here on Taito, and going to catch Geralt a little out of position, so gets in, a couple of workers start to go down. Thank you, Black Bear, for the gifted sub over to Disposable. Let's see, the Stalker's going to trade with other Stalkers. Oh, blinks over Geralt, but he actually gets caught in the stasis, so he doesn't get as much done as he might have liked there. Mana pulling back away and on his way to that +2 in charge. Just a nice little setup for him as he obviously defends against this, so does a good job on that one. Good defense for sure. Puts him into a reasonable position for the moment. We do see a lot of other units coming down to the south at the moment here as well. So let's bring that across. Zealot Stalker Sentry going over as well, just for now. We see a couple of Stalkers going to be here. Hallucination going to get taken down already as well. Blackbeard. I think we should call Black Bear Blackbeard as well. I like it. Some payback on the trolling scale. Nice. Unless you really like being called Blackbeard, then I guess that doesn't matter. Down. Could have been genius though. Alright, we got Stalkers and Zealots pushing in. Geralt looking to get aggressive. Technically Black Bears do have Blackbeards. I guess so, yeah. Stasis gonna get a catch on the Stalkers and the Zealots, but you see the Stalkers still chasing out. The Zealots are gonna come through. Continue to push across. The Prism nearly going down. Again, the couple of Zealots continue to chase. Stalkers being pushed around a little bit as well. The gold base from Geralt is the big advantage right now. Having his fourth be a gold and Mana's not be is amazing. What is not an advantage is having your units stuck in a stasis over here. They actually were not on blink cooldown. Oh, but Mana, he blinks and he gets the Prism straight away. That's really bad for Geralt, especially because he's being chased down by Zealots. This Immortal's going to get stuck immediately. The Zealots are just so good at tanking, and when you lose your Stalker on Stalker damage, that's when you lose these fights, because you're losing Stalkers while your opponent loses Zealots, and that does not make this a fair trade at the moment. Island goes down, Stalker's still being killed. A couple more Zealots blinking, Stalkers blinking on through as the Zealots get in there. And we're just going to keep chasing by for a few moments. Stalkers continue to push, shove, and all the rest of it. And this is going to be GG. Mana takes the second game of this best of 5, and Mana, just like that, is a map away from getting on to that next round, actually, right? So, not bad at all from Mana. Just, again, solid stuff, solid games, just solid games, and looking good so far. Hey, what's up, XEYCX? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime as well. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Up to 1397 subs again, guys. We are going to drop a bunch of subs in the next few days. We are very due to drop them. But, yeah. I appreciate you guys keeping us so close to the 1400 in the grand scheme of things in general. That really is very cool. My name used to be Black Bars when I made arcade games, and people kept thinking my name was Black Bear, so you changed it, and now I'm going to call you Blackbeard? Wow. Could be worse. They could have lost both the B's, then you could have been Black Ear. And then people would have just thought you couldn't hear them. Could always be worse. Think of it like that. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bam 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 bam. Bam bam bam. Bam 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 bam. Just give us 30 seconds for ads, guys, and we will get back on track. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Really, I'm just enjoying streaming lately. It's been a lot of fun. I'm also very ready to go and chill out tonight. I gotta say, it's actually kind of crazy. Like, January is usually such a bad ad revenue month for us, and obviously yesterday was kind of a crazy day, but like, this month in January, we've already made more than we made last January on ad revenue. And it's what, like January 18th? So we have like 2 weeks to still go beyond. And I'm going to not stream 3 days, which is kind of not a crazy number not to stream anyway. Like, it's like really crazy that the viewership's been so good that we've been able to crank out that much ad revenue. So it's great to see. Like I said, it's awesome. Definitely setting us up nicely for a fun year of content. As we get ready for Geralt versus Mana. Let's do game 3, guys. Let's kick this off. Let's get it started in here. Alright, let's go. As we have ourselves in the bottom right corner of the map, it is going to be Mana. Blue Protoss, who finds himself up 2-0 in this elimination series. So he is not on the verge of elimination in the slightest. He takes on Geralt in the top left corner. A red Protoss player. The All-Star tourney was definitely a huge morale boost for us SCT fans. Yeah. I know. It was so nice to see someone kind of treat StarCraft 2 correctly again. Does that make sense? And honestly, not that I think EWC did a bad job. It just... I don't think EWC did a bad job. It was just bad in general. Honestly, I thought EWC was cool too. This just... And maybe this was just because I was sat watching and it has a bit of nostalgia to it because I was just sat casting watching rather than like being there. But like... This event just felt like it had something a bit different to it, you know? It was just good vibes. It wasn't overly produced. It was very well produced, but it didn't feel like anything was forced. It was kind of just like, you know, games. Yeah, there was some downtime ads, but like other than that, it was just games. Like there was a crowd, there was sight. I think a big part of it, honestly, was some of the old players. The All-Star matches was really cool. I also think it was just the I think it was actually the crowd, and seeing like people in the crowd having a good time, hearing the crowd noise of people like laughing at the Chinese casters and joking and having signs and stuff. It was just a absolute feels good of StarCraft 2, you know? It was just an absolute feels good of StarCraft 2. Which, yeah, it's really nice to have it. I mean, we don't get a lot of feel goods in StarCraft 2 in this day and age, let's be realistic. Like, you know, life stuff, but this really was just a StarCraft 2 feels good event, man. Like, everything about it was just great. Like I said, I think EWC is cool too, but I think maybe because EWC is so much about the, you know, has that kind of aspect of like the teams to it as well, and so much of it is Falcons this and Team Championship that, and, you know, here's, you know, obviously we love Liquid, but it's like, it's Liquid's Clem, and Liquid could earn points from this for the championship, and you know, the team logos are all over, and I'm not saying the team logos don't deserve to be, around. It just felt like this was about the players and the community more so than it was about it being part of a bigger picture, I guess. Honestly, I don't even, I can't really say why. I just have that kind of vibe to it, you know? Very cool. It's just awesome. It felt like a show from a decade ago, yeah. But like I said, I feel like they just put on a show where it felt like people cared. It was really cool. Great games, yeah. I actually just think the only downside, it was just a single Elam bracket. Like, it would have been nice to see. I think there was a couple of series that are a bit more one-sided, and I think it's players like, for example, like for example, like Solo was clearly just better than Kira on this event, on this one. So it's like, don't get me wrong, I think Kira's great right now, but like, because it was just single Elam, best of 5, it's like, you get a bad matchup or a matchup that's rough for you, and it's like, bam, that's your chance gone. And that part maybe didn't feel as great. But I understand that they just didn't have time to run a bigger event. You know, there is something cool about having the group stages and seeing everyone at least a couple of times and everyone getting at least a couple of shots. And, you know, Reino doesn't have to just play Maru, and that's the one series that they get against each other if they lose, you know, and that's the only thing. But I mean, it's really hard to make that your complaint when they still did so much for StarCraft this weekend, so. Yeah, honestly, the team stuff, I actually think the team championship in EWC is actually very cool. Like, I think the idea of having like a team championship is awesome. I just wish we didn't have to tell the story of the team championship almost more than we tell the story of the players. You know? And like, we do a pretty good job of it in StarCraft 2 of steering away from that, but like, I guess the issue is it's a really cool concept, but there's so much money involved that it then feels very forced, you know? And for a game like StarCraft, where our scene is basically then bought up by the fact that people want players for the team championship, it feels like everything is then very superficial almost, because they just want to win the team championship, which I get, that's fine, and that's good that StarCraft 2 players get signed on really good contracts. It's just sad that teams don't just naturally have StarCraft 2 players anyways, because it's a great game that's worth supporting, you know? I mean, obviously, like, we have Liquid, we have Basilisk and stuff, you know, these guys were around before the team, you know, sure, but it would have just, like, I feel like that's what it is with StarCraft. It's like, you know, we have to talk about, you know, Classic being on Virtus Pro, and Virtus Pro, quite frankly, didn't give a doodle about StarCraft 2 for the last 10 years until they needed a player for EWC, right? And you know, last year, as soon as EWC was done, they dropped their StarCraft 2 player, right? You know? And this year, the StarCraft players, you know, they had guaranteed contracts until the start of this year, at least. There was a rule of EWC that you weren't allowed to sign someone and then drop them when EWC ended. They have to be signed through till 2026 at least. So it feels a bit better, but I don't know. It's still, I didn't really think about this before this event, but I feel like that still had that superficial nature to it almost. And I don't know, like I say, EWC, if we do get it for StarCraft 2, which, you know, not necessarily look positive, it's still a great thing. I think this event just made me realize how cool, like, the passion, you know, the passion-led event can be. Which definitely, it just felt like this was much more of a love for StarCraft event than anything else, which is amazing. Resonating Glaives building. Gateway on the way through. We got the probe coming up as well. And this by as the prism settles. Wolf's coming down. Manor is being aggressive here. He's got the prism so he can micro away from those force fields. The battery that is here from Geralt should kind of get drained of energy soon. And they're currently holding a slight edge in the supply advantage, but I mean, he's still the aggressor, right? And being the aggressor into this position is always a little bit more awkward. Let's see what we can do as the units are going to press forward. The Immortal and a couple of Adepts pulling back. Adepts are going to threaten to shade in, but the Warlock does go to the high ground. He can commit those Adepts and go for that probe if he wanted. Decides not to for now. Well, a couple of Immortals going to come straight through here, hitting the pylon. We honestly see another Force Field coming down. The Prism trying to stay away. The Immortals on the high ground taking some more damage as well. Battling to get my mouse in the right place as Mana does fall back out of here for a couple moments, so stepping away. Immortals to the low ground again. Just going to be seeing a few more depths warping in. And Immortals gather up. A couple of Adepts coming through. I see a couple of force fields coming down. I'm seeing the Immortal still shooting. The Adept is still taking some extra shots. A few more hits coming in. A little bit extra being done from the moment. Work is still dropping here. The Adepts and the Immortals gathering through. We're just going to be seeing the Prism loading back up. Just going to be seeing the Sentries taking a bit more damage. Adepts are going to come over, continue to shade around for the moment. So again, we get this set up. Just going to be seeing the Prism taking a bit more damage. The Immortals are still firing over the side. Geralt's numbers are kind of lacking. I mean, Mana's kind of backed into the corner. He's killing all the probes up in the main base with these Adepts and the Glaives. And he is winning this fight on the low ground as well. I gotta say, credit to Mana. He has played a hell of a series. And he is going to win this 3-0. It's actually crazy because I don't feel like Geralt Mana should be a one-sided matchup. I said before, I feel like they're pretty similar competitors. Obviously, that's not the case today. Mana dominates this matchup. But also, I feel like just because in this tournament in general, we've not seen a lot of 3-0s, apart from the very obvious 3-0s. Like, you look at this bracket and you look for 3-0s, and I'm like, well, you know, Shin's 3-0'd Skillis. I'm like, okay, well, Skillis is not as full-time as he used to be. I'm like, okay, Q 3-0'd Rebellion. Yeah, that makes sense. Mana also 3-0'd Rebellion. That really makes sense. And then it's like Shameless 3-0'd ForJumy. It's like, okay, some PvP. Art 3-0 and then got 3-0'd. Yakov 3-0'd Baby Marine was maybe a bit surprising. Like there's just, for how many series we've cast, there's just so few 3-0s. And like I say, at least 50% of the 3-0s that are there, which is a very low amount anyway, are kind of like, well, that makes sense. So it just feels like in a series where you don't expect the 3-0, seeing the 3-0 is a little bit of like a, oh, I see, kind of moment. So yeah, kind of cool. All right, good job from Mana. As hey, Wardy, I subbed to Patreon. How do you do the Discord thing? Is that to become a Patreon thing on the Discord? That's a great question. You can, okay, I don't know if the Patreon Discord linking still works, but in theory, you go to your Discord settings and you go to like so if you go to Discord settings and then you go to like connections, you can go to connections, and once you're on connections, you can connect your Patreon account to your Discord account. And in theory, I was gonna say, in theory, that lets you connect through, but does it actually have a link anymore? Maybe you can't connect Patreon and Discord anymore? Is that not a thing now? I don't see it. Is there people that are still tagged as Patreon people on my Discord? They might be, but they might be tagged there as like a, I don't know if they get auto-tagged still. Anyways, let me, give it a go. Yeah, give it a go, and, yeah, give it a go, and if it doesn't work, just ping me, and I can give it to you manually if it doesn't work, basically, is the TLDR. All of that just to say, just let me know. Mana is the only remaining player for the bonus of being the first ever player to win the championship from a lower bracket. Can he go all the way? That'd be heckin' sick, but man, he's got a hell of a road ahead of him, no? That lower bracket run is going to be something if it ever happens. Mana will have to play Shameless, Christiana, the loser of Clem versus Shin or Cure. Showtime, the loser of Hero versus Björn / the guys that I just mentioned as well. Yeah, that's an absolute crazy trajectory, but it would be sick if he managed it. Be very sick. I want to see the year when one of the good players like declines their invite or something so they can start in the lower bracket to try and go for the bonus just because they can. That would be that would be a That would be a baller move. I don't want my upper bracket seed. I want to go for the lower bracket bonus. Who's going to play next? It's our last match of the day. Creator Nikoract. This has been kind of a fast day, no? I have 3 hours 40 minutes in. Why do I feel like it's gone so fast? I guess 3 hours 40 is ahead of pace for best of fives. I guess that I feel like no individual best of 5 has been super long, to be honest. Alright guys, all good. I'm just running ads and we'll get into this last series of the day. It's going to be Creator vs Nikoract to round out the day. Sorry, I didn't read YouTube chat for a little bit. Did I really expect to feel the love from Saudi Arabia of all places? I mean, I don't know if it's about feeling the love. It's just like... I mean, I still think EWC was actually a very good event. There was just a feel to the All-Star event that wasn't at EWC, you know? Like I say, it's not necessarily about like feeling the love. I don't think you have to feel the love for it to be a good tournament. It's just nice to see a tournament that... I think it's just because the big events we've had in the last couple of years have only been EWC. So it was really nice to see something at that high level being given that just wasn't EWC. You know, I think it was just cool to see something else that was at that point. Because we used to have like Katowice alongside EWC, alongside something else, or just, you know, ESL or DreamHack stops, and all of them felt cool and fans and signs and stuff like that, and now we only have EWC, right? And it's just like, and then especially this last year, even when we had extra stops attached to EWC, it was like, here's Dallas, and there's like no crowd, you know? And the casters are casting on Discord with each other, you know? It's just like, like, I almost feel like Dallas would have been more fun to cast if they were just like, hey, we're not going to hire official casters, but you can watch all these different community streams that we're going to cast. You know? I don't know. I don't know. Nikoract and Creator coming up. Wish you could watch player point of view streams, yeah. That'd be a fun one. When you just watch, you'd love to see Creator Mana. That's gonna be tough because these brackets don't join together for another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 series. So it's kind of wild, but yeah, basically because the bracket basically gets into 2 sections now, and because players are dropping in from the upper bracket every round, they don't join together for quite a long time. So Creator Mana would not happen unless both of them go on a 6 series winning streak. But you never know. Maybe Creator Mana will be in a WardiTV Monday or any of the other open events that happen. Alright, let's jump into this series, guys. Nikoract versus Creator. Game number 1 starting up right here and right now. And get this ready to party. Predictions for the next game? Sure. Oh. You know what? I'm not going to because I forgot to pay out the predictions from the Chinese event earlier. I don't want to spoil someone by having it pop up at the top of the chat. So I'm just gonna close the prediction for the Chinese event later when I'm offline or tomorrow morning or so. So I'm not gonna close it and potentially spoil people because I know it's an event people actually don't want to be spoiled for. I don't want to potentially spoil people for the sake of running one prediction. But I've been really good at running predictions lately, so you know we'll have more tomorrow. You know, just remind me. I'm getting better at it, man. I really didn't run these for a long time, so in fact I never ran them. Max, a couple gases coming through, getting the assimilator coming up. Probably coming across for a couple of moments. Who's favored here? Definitely Creator. Yeah, definitely Creator. Just, yeah, just a little bit more accomplished. I think Nikoract actually has very strong TVP though, so I would not be overly, like, shocked if it would be an upset if Nikoract won, but, like, it's not impossible, you know? Not impossible. Let's see a good series, hope we don't see 3-0. Yeah, Nikoract, honestly, like, don't get me wrong, Nikoract's an underdog, and I think if Nick created 3-0 Nikoract, no one would really bat an eye. But Nikoract's been good, you know, good enough this year, or this past year, to absolutely take games off Creator. And if you're good enough to take games, all you need is a bit of good luck to kind of string a few together and win his best of 5. I mean, if it was a best of 3, I'd say there's more chance of Nikoract winning. Because, like, stringing a couple games out of 3 is easier than 3 out of 5, right? But, when you're the underdog. But, yeah, I can see Nikoract taking a game in the series for sure. Or making it competitive, at least. Like, he's been good lately, and I would say he's not only been good in the kind of games where he kind of gets into that good position and kind of wins in the early stage, which was kind of what I thought of Nikoract until a few months ago. He's been doing really well in some of the bigger, kind of longer games as well. And he's not being afraid to kind of challenge the Protoss in those kind of games either, so yeah. See what happens here. Reaper Hellion moving across. As we get ready to roll. You see the Reaper Hellion coming about. Gonna drop a grenade down, but there's too many units here to break through. But we might kill an Adept. Gonna kill 2 Adepts. Sentry out and a Stalk. We'll get a couple of probes as well. Okay, fair enough. This was actually not bad. I didn't think there was going to be so much damage in the end, right? 2 Adepts and now 3 Workers. This is honestly pretty good for a little Reaper Hellion breakthrough. I'm just going to see the Banshee tank cloaking coming up for a couple of moments here, so we get that on the go. It's going to be seeing the Robo Facility, a couple of probes coming up as well. So again, we got everything just settled down for a couple of moments. There's going to be the hallucination moving across the map. Following that over for a moment or so here, as the hallucination heads up to the upper left-hand side. So on a little bit of a journey initially. Hallucination moving straight on up there. A couple of units moving about. Simulator will drop down. Island down at the bottom as well. Just get that settled for a few moments. That blink is on the way. So Creator's starting to stabilize a little bit after that opening. A little bit of chaos that we had. And we will see now Banshee, Tank, and Marines all producing through. The couple of barracks are coming up and online as well. Oh, I hear a Banshee, sorry. A couple of workers going down. As we do see the Banshee able to deliver a few shots. A few shots coming out. The barracks and the Marines still building. One rack just swapped over to that tech lab already. It's going to move straight over there. As we do see the factory and starport both setting into place. Instant pack. This one coming through too. As the charge continues around, the Stalkers on that bottom left-hand side moving over. The Observer going to start stepping over as well. Marines, tanks, being moved around. A couple of Stalkers getting chased. I'm going to see Nikoract trying to get into a good aggressive position right here. A couple of those cells are going to go down. Tanks getting jumped on. The tanks being picked away at. Stalkers going down en masse right now. The Marines continue to get after those Stalkers as well. I mean, this is actually going to be fun because the Marines are actually still able to get a little bit extra out of this right here, and we do see a little bit of success coming out of it all, but the Marines will go down now. 3 workers killed. We killed 8 stalkers. Resources lost will favor Nikoract at this point in time, though. So, not a bad start from our Terran. We'll see what happens in this next one in the next few moments. Stimpack Combat Shield +1 all continuing through. Again, the 4 probes going down as we have 1 more kill from the Banshee. Nothing too major. Stalkers come back over to the left-hand side again, trying to see what's going on. Bioforce getting across here as well, pushing down, moving out. Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 building. A couple of Stalkers getting hit. The Medivacs going to be overhead as well. Get that back to position for the next moment or two. Down the bottom, this Banshee is just going to swing around, decide what it wants to get into in the next few moments as well. We do see the bio. It's very difficult to fight this. A couple of Zealots to tank. The Immortal and the Sentries coming through as well. I mean, the Immortal's obviously very punchy in general at this point. Sorry guys, one sec, just getting a link for somebody in the chat. Oh, sorry, Nikoract's pushing as well. As just going to be seeing the bio coming around, a couple of Wooden Mine shots getting set up. And we've seen the Sentry Stalker Immortal continue to gather around there. A couple of shots coming through. Few hits coming by. We're not going to see the bio still fighting. The Zealot's going to charge in. A couple of Widow Mines will burrow up. Oh, they're going to go into some tech units here. Zealot in the Sentry. Not as bad as I thought. I thought he was going to maybe even hit the Immortal, which would have been nice. Knock the shields and the barrier off of it. Widow Mine over the side gets a Stalker before the blink comes off. And well, we messed that up as creative. That should have been a little bit neater. 8 probes going down as we're once again just seeing a bit of harassment still over on this side before it gets cleaned up. 9 workers killed. Overall here from Nikoract continues to put some good pressure on in this game, taking his own 3rd base now. So again, a 3rd base setup for himself, and looking to go from there. More units coming through, so we continue to get that going. The Zealots continue to warp in immediately here, and the Prism pulls out over to the left-hand side. 3 Vikings, 4 Vikings all on the way as Nikoract continues to build this through. Excuse me, and get this continuing to produce for a moment or so. A couple of Vikings heading down then, getting across just for now on the move right here. And we do see a big chunk of bio making a stim out the rest of that force as well up at the top. What are the arrows up under the minerals and gas? It's the income advantage. So one arrow means there's about a 250 income advantage per minute. 2 arrows means 500 and 3 arrows means 750. And whichever way it's pointing, it's just pointing to the player that has that advantage. So right now, Creator has about a 300 to 500 mineral advantage income per minute because these SCVs are under fire and pulling away, so the SCVs are not mining. As the SCVs return to mining, well, I was going to say, as the SCVs return to mine, you might see it kind of, those arrows disappear, but maybe not if the Zealots are still around and still dealing damage and killing 23 SCVs. The arrows may very well remain in Creator's favor at this point. So Creator does good damage across the map. Nikoract, if he can get rid of this Colossus, is going to get rid of one of the main threats of this game that remain at this point. Colossus goes down. Bio going to chase after a bunch of these probies still, so running through over here, looking for some opportunity. 24 STVs going down, 14 probes have dropped. Nikoract, I mean, like I say, his bio armor is pretty good. Yeah, land those Vikings. Any damage that we can get right now is going to help you in a pretty serious way, and so we start to set up exactly into that right here. This Nexus now in a little bit of trouble. It's going to go down. We continue to chase in after these Stalkers, so looking for a little extra at this point in time. Just trying to find whatever damage we may get. The bio going after the Stalkers still. Just going to see the rest of the bio coming about here as well. We load up. We escape away. 27 workers killed. Nikoract comes out of this. 51 to 44 workers, so good economy. Good army overall for him as well, actually, right? Like, army supply is in his favor. Nikoract in a good position. 1-1 to +1 upgrades. The one thing I will say is we don't really have much of an answer to the Colossus because we landed all the Vikings. Okay, we actually still have 3 Vikings, which is not bad considering the current state of affairs. This actually could be a whole lot worse, as we are going to see. Colossus going down, Bayern still chasing through. And Nikoract is continuing to pressure on forwards, looking kind of good here. He's going to get rid of a couple more units. The sentry goes down. A couple of zealots are still being cleaned out. It's going to be seeing these stalkers still getting picked away. A couple of zealots at the end. Can we get rid of those? We cannot. Still feel like Nikoract did a pretty good job of this. The only problem I do see for Nikoract, I mean, okay, is there a problem? He's a 2-base Terran. Kratos is a 2-base Protoss. And Nikoract can obviously lift and relocate the command center as necessary. What is interesting is that Kratos has this base, which is fresher. Obviously, a lot of oversaturation as well. So a lot of the advantage that we're talking about from Nikoract, which was in the form of, hey, he's got some more workers, is not super apparent unless he gets a fresher base up and available to himself. So that's kind of interesting. Kratos is in a weird place because he has to rebuild his robo facility. He does have a robo base. He could rebuild a Colossus out of that robo facility. Nikoract looking to try and steal away a game 1 of this best of 5. Stalkers moving about. We just move through for a few moments, get settled over here. Take a couple of moments. The hallucination moving over as well. Marine Marauder Viking building. The Stalker setup over on the left. Fire coming through. Viking's going to shoot. Hallucination takes some damage right away. It's going to go down already. Let's just see the Nexus, the Colossus, and the armor upgrade coming by. Marine Marauder Medevac still coming through here. The Stalkers set to the left-hand side. Supply lead for Nikoract in this game. I mean, I like that Kratos building these Colossus. That definitely feels like we're on the right track to kind of get set back up. I don't love it for him that Nikoract is pushing him already. Nikoract on 4 Vikings, which is not a lot if you get up to like 2 or 3 Colossus. I mean, obviously we're on the verge of 2. Kind of depends if Nikoract really kind of sends this attack or not. A bunch of bio left over here. We kill a bunch of the Stalkers. The SCVs don't die too heavily. We're long distance mining and moving over to the 3rd base. Catch a probe over here. Fred just trying to re-expand on this position. Nikoract will scan. Viking's going to get some initial shots off on the Colossus. Second Colossus running over. Bio fighting. No armor upgrade on these Protoss units. As we're going to see these Colossus continue to drop and damage being done. Nikoract looking to get the 1-0 lead over Creator in this series. The Vikings do their job. As Nikoract is going to land the Vikings down, Immortal is going to fall. He's going to have to step back for a couple of seconds. He has Creator just lost all of his tech units again, so that's not great. Nikoract already moving on the map with another round of bio. I mean, that could actually be very scary for Creator. Like I say, he does not have a Colossus right now, so the previous fight, at least he had the Colossus splash kind of adding up and doing something. Now you're not going to have that. That becomes much scarier. And this bio army is pushing in to really look good in the next few moments. I'll say that. I mean, we're 30 army supply ahead against no splash damage. There's no miracle units here for Creator at all. Nikoract's going to run in. He's going to get the pylon. He depowers the robo, and that's actually just brilliant. Obviously, really nice. And that game? This game. Nikoract's going to take game number 1, man. And this is what I mean about Nikoract lately. Like, to me, if Nikoract took a game off Creator a few months ago, I would have been like, okay, he probably hit him with a really cool, like, 5-minute tank push, you know? But this was actually a really solid game where, like, early on he did well, but he didn't win the game at 5 minutes. It's not like he won the game at 5 minutes and Creator drew it out for another 10 minutes, just about hanging on in there, only for Nikoract to finally stumble over the finish line. Like, Nikoract did fine early game. It was like 500 resources lost ahead after his push. It was good, but it wasn't, I just won the game good, you know? So, yeah. Really cool game from Nikoract, where he really just embraced the longer game, put himself in a good position, and took advantage of that. Awesome stuff from Nikoract to take the 1-0 lead in this best of 5. Alright, we're going to go straight to game number 2, guys. I just have to refresh my Twitch page because my ad manager just bugged out. 13-hour stream, jeez. Yeah. We gaming lately, guys. What can I say? What can I say? We've been gaming, for sure. Sorry, excuse me. Alright, let's jump into game number 2. Get this one ready to rumble. And we kick into our second game of this series, 10,000 feet. Let's jump into our second map. In the bottom right-hand side will be the red Protoss player. This is Creator. in this elimination match in the OSC Championship. He's up against the Blue Terran in the top left, taking a 1-0 lead, Nikoract. So who does the winner of this play? Sorry. The winner of this plays... Oh, the winner of this plays Percival, which is actually a really fun match as well. Oh, that's also very cool. Very, very cool. Alrighty. That's very exciting. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. This section of the bracket's kind of cool. It's like Percival, then the loser of Cure versus Shin, then Solar. A lot of non-Protoss. This is actually the section of the bracket we could do with Creator winning, because actually some Protoss representation in this area would not necessarily be a bad thing, where on the top side of the bracket we could do with a couple less Protoss. Just get them, not even a couple less, just get them redistributed a little bit, you know? Just looking for some redistribution to make things a little bit more even across the board. My barracks comes down and into position as we get set up, ready to figure out where we are taking things. Order coming through, and we just have ourselves Reaper coming by, the probe heading back to the bottom right hand side for a couple of moments, as well as just heading straight back over there for the moment, pulling away. So that bottom right side next is coming up. We get up and ready. It's going to be seeing the probe over to the far right side in the next couple moments. Alright, next coming through, the Adept in the Warp Gate will be building. Alan drops down, accompanied by the gateway. So a lot of pressure here from Creator as he gets set early with the intention of obviously being aggressive. 3 gates. High ground CC will definitely help Nikoract out on this one, obviously. Puts him in a bit of a better position there right off the get-go. Starport coming around. Reaper ends up pulling back a little bit as well. It's just going to pull back over in this direction. And yeah, Twilight Council coming up. Gateway on the way. The few probes coming about. Let's see that Adept coming through. To take a couple moments. Medevac will be producing from Nikoract. But it has a Cyclone. I mean, Medevac, Cyclone, the Marines, if they get across the map and Creator's not in position, they could obviously do some damage. I'm just thinking he might not be in position, because if he's warping in over here, he might not have a lot of defense back at home if he doesn't recognize the Medevac's coming across. So, it's a possibility. We're going to actually load the Marines. He's going to see the Adept shade, though, so now Nikoract kind of knows a little bit of what's up. The Adept is fighting a Cyclone over here already. Now the Marines come back over. These Adepts are in a bit of trouble, no? Yeah, I mean, they're going to start clearing Marine count out. We're only going to lose 1. As the depot's lower. I think he was just... I don't know if he was trying to bait the Adepts to commit in, or if he was just trying to free up the depot so he could already get through. Nice save on the Cyclone. Important as the Stalkers are here. Cyclone is really necessary against the Stalkers, because that's the unit that can really do a lot more in this scenario. Tank is about to show up. Medevac is the one taking all the shots right now. Will go down. He runs the Cyclone as he realizes it's going to be a problem. Can't be saved by a dead Medevac. But these Stalkers are in trouble too, and this tank is doing very well. He's going to siege the tank in range of the pylon and the gateway. So we're actually going to see this gateway under fire. We're actually going to depower this, and that's going to be the end of warp-ins across the map here for Creator. So he does not really get out of this what he was looking for, right? Usually you want to kill some workers in this, slow your opponent's expansion down. And that's just obviously not happening at all on this one, as Nikoract will get rid of this gateway. And obviously we do have a Twilight behind this from Creator, so he is going to have that third base coming up, and he is going to have himself a Blink upgrade to work with shortly. It's not the most ideal of situations. Robo facility coming through. It's going to be saying the battery coming down. And settled here for a couple moments. Just going into play. Again, blink coming by for a moment or two. And a couple SCVs, a Viking and Marines coming about. Barracks about to finish. Army of Nikoract heading down the center. Stalker step up. A Cyclone takes some damage. A few shots in return. Reaper Marines and the tanks all pressing along. And after the Stalkers for a moment or two, Stalkers take a bit more damage. Cyclone saved. Good save as well by Nikoract. SCVs join together. Tanks will siege. So we've seen a couple Stalkers taking some hits. We are going to see pylons going down. Robo facility going to be depowered. Oh no. I mean, Creator just needs to jump on this, but like, we're about to get the second tank here. So jumping on this is about to become worse. There's a Viking on the ground. There's about to be a second Viking. We're going after the pylon that's about to repower this Robo, so we're just going to go into this right now. Here we go, blinking on through. 3 siege tanks, one goes down quickly, the others do not. Chi is called, and Nikoract is going to take a 2-0 lead over Creator. And we have got an upset brewing here in this best of 5 as Nikoract goes one map away from advancing to the next round of this championship bracket. Well, without further ado, we shall go into that next game and see what the hell happens, because Nikoract is on the verge of the upset. Okay, I'm excited to see what goes on. Let's do it. No ads needed. Let's just send it. We have ourselves in the top left corner of the map our Red Protoss player looking to try and avoid elimination. This is Creator down 0-2. And on the verge of elimination. And now obviously anything is possible, as Nikoract is showing us just that. Our blue Terran in the bottom right side, looking to keep himself alive for one more round of the championship. Can he pull off the 3-0? I mean, that would be nuts. You know, I said maybe I could see Nikoract winning this series, but he's an underdog for sure. And like, yeah, I could. But it comes across 5 games, you know? You don't win this series in 3. There's no shot, surely. I mean, obviously now it's 2-0. Like, yeah, there's absolutely a chance, but that would be... I mean, that would be bonkers. That would be one hell of an upset. That would be one hell of an upset. To see the barracks and the 2 refineries continuing up here for a moment, so we get all of that underway. Gateway and the assimilator in production, and we have the probe of Creator heading down to the bottom right side to see what else is going on. Probe nibbles at the depot. Clavicle, Nexus, both coming into play right here. It's going to be seeing the probe escaping up, pile on the Nexus coming down, Reaper in the factory, putting into play. As we wait to see what our game is going to give us here. Stalker Chrono boosting Warp Gate on the Cybercore. Got a bunch of that on the way by just for a couple of moments. For them, for now, get that settled. Okay, Nexus coming through here just for a moment. Battery coming through, centering the Warp Gate coming by, a couple of Reapers and the Hellion in production. We do see the Reaper hopping to the high ground and then hopping down. Stalker wants to go after that Reaper, but will not quite be able to just yet. Yeah, 2 Reapers and the Hellion still building by then. Command Center coming up. Yeah, on Winter Madness for the moment. If that happens, you feed for Creator's headset / keyboard. Would be a shocker. Oh, we'll get building by. Stalker and the Twilight Council in production. The Probes in production as well. Hallucination heading down out onto the map. The Reapers and the Hellions back around the other way, heading to the top. For a couple of moments right now as well. We do see the units going to try and chase by. Stalkers and the sentries are going to be there. I mean, just diving straight through, looking to try and get some damage done. Probes will begin to drop down, and so far, Nikoract getting off to a pretty reasonable start in the first couple of moments here. 6 workers going down, so not bad at all. In the game of getting hyped about Nikoract, we are going to be able to keep on getting hyped about Nikoract. 7 workers go down. I tell you what, if there's one matchup Nikoract has pulled off upsets in history, not even just recent history, but he beat Max Backs a couple of times in WardiTV Monday Cups, for example. You know, TVP has kind of been it for him, which is kind of wild to see a guy whose TVP is arguably his better matchup. I mean, this is also a player who was on the verge of losing a GG machine in this bracket already, so again, his TVP just seems to be that level above and can definitely deliver. You see the Blink Probe production continuing through. Nikoract, Banshee tank on the way. Loking as well as we get the bunker finished up just in time to protect against those few Stalkers. We'll lose an SCV, we'll lose a Marine kind of early on there. Tank comes over, a couple of barracks still producing through. Seeing a couple extra Marines coming about, Cloaking on the way, Banshee tank Marine, all producing forward just for the moment. So can we get a lot of that up and running right now? A lot of this into play, and the Marine tank all gathering in. Take a second to see where we want to go. Refinery's going to be finishing. Banshee Cloak on the way as well. Bringing a lot of that up and running right now to see where things go. Yeah, Robo and the Nexus coming by. The Stalkers go across. Well, Probes go down, sorry, as get the first Banshee showing up for a couple of those kills. I'm lost in the wrong direction on the map, honestly. Happens. So Banshee gets a couple of kills. We do see the Banshee in the center actually got hit by the Stalkers a little bit already, so going to be arriving across the map with less than ideal HP. Here comes the Marine tank shove from Nikoract, so already coming across to the other side, looking to take advantage here as we get up to the top left, and we look to put ourselves in position the next moment or two. Stimpack combatant +1, building by for the moment. The Stalker's just going to gather up, the Marines are going to fire, the tanks are going to be there to try and help us out as well. Next Nexus already taking some damage. We do see the Probe going back the other way. 2 Banshees up to the top, going to move through as well. We are going to be seeing the Zealots getting jumped on here, so we're going to get those picked off. A couple of Stalkers getting taken down. And now we're going to get back on this Nexus. This third base is falling, and Creator is dying, guys. Third Nexus goes down. The Banshee's causing so much trouble over here. We have no way to reach that. That's unlucky. Damn. Even that part doesn't go well for Creator as when these tanks stay siege. Nikoract will just finish off the last few bits and pieces. I presume we're going to try and clean this up as Creator. Here's we get the scan. Well, tanks will be on siege. We're going to try and re-siege them now. We'll get rid of one. We're going to try and get some shots on the second. Marines try and get rid of whatever Stalkers possible at this point in time as we fire up a few more shots. Turning around, looking to get after the sentry here. Not quite going to reach that. But some damage out. I mean, we'll check resources lost. About even. But he denied the third base of the Protoss. Now Creator's expanding out toward the middle of the map. Bio pressing through. The couple Stalkers getting hit. And we are going to be seeing this army coming from Nikoract. I mean, he's about to hit Stim. He's got Combat Shield already. He'll soon have +1. He's going to be up against a Protoss player who is not upgraded. He's going to have Charge at least, but does not exactly have a whole ton of Zealots just yet. Warping into Sentry is not going to help you there. Nikoract does not know about the right side base, so he's kind of expecting maybe the third to be back up in position on the left side. That's why he's directing his attack. That may not be a bad thing as the Stalkers go across and force some damage. I mean, there's Bio here, there are Marauders here, and realistically, he can stim at the natural, and any damage he takes, he's going to double up on, because there's nothing here that can defend the Immortal. The problem is for Creator, he's going to lose his important units, such as the Immortal and the Sentry, very freely, and he's going to lose everything in the natural, and he just says GG. He gets eliminated in the OSC Championship by Nikoract. And not just a slight upset, a 3-0. A 3-0 upset from the underdog in what might be the most surprising series of the tournament thus far. Nikoract 3, Creator 0. I bet you guys are glad I didn't allow you to bet. How many of you guys are going to bet on Nikoract? Well, maybe a couple of you trying to steal some points from people. Jeez. 3-0 and just solid games. Like, I mean, he just played really well. He played well in the longer game. He took advantages. He didn't overpress. He didn't do too much or anything. You know, he just played a good series. Damn. Awesome stuff. Absolutely awesome stuff. Guys, thank you so much for watching some StarCraft 2 with me today. It's been an absolute pleasure. We have been live for 13 and nearly 13 and a half hours. If you enjoyed, consider supporting the channels. Follow on Twitch, like and subscribe on YouTube. If you really enjoyed, you can obviously use your Prime subs and support monetarily, etc. It goes a long way to helping. Definitely check out the YouTube. We're on a big push now. We're 2,000 YouTube subs away from 50k. We're on a big push to get there. So if you don't already subscribe on the YouTube, I will give you the link for that in the Twitch chat. If you're on the YouTube, just scroll down and hit that sub button because, like I say, it really helps us out, and that's one of our big goals in the foreseeable future. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thank you to OSC for having us. We're back with the conclusion of OSC on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday this week. That looks a little bit like... I'm just going to show it on the Wikipedia bracket just because it's a bit more clear what section is which. So just to bring it up over here quickly. So we're going to have in the winners bracket, I don't know when each of these games is, but we will have at some point on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Shin Kua, winner versus Clem, winner versus Björn, winner versus Hero, winner versus Classic. And then in the lower bracket, we are now set as well, pretty much. Shameless Mana, winner versus Christiana. Percival Nikoract, winner of that, plays Shin or Kua. And then, obviously, depends a little bit on where players drop in over the next few rounds based on those upper bracket results as well. So that's where the OSC Championship is at. And yeah, that top side is very pro to see, but there will be the loser of the Clem Shin Kua series to drop it in here to maybe break up the Protoss a little bit for a while. We can hope whoever comes up here defeats Hero and stops the PvP upper bracket final as well, maybe. Awesome. All right, so that's the OSC Championship, guys. Again, that will conclude this coming week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So make sure you drop by for all of that. It should be a ton of fun. So I'll be here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then what? I don't really know, I guess. I don't know what else I was going to say, to be honest. Was I going to say anything of importance or value? Probably not. Probably not. I think that's just it, guys. Damn. Thank you so much. This has been an awesome, strip of the stream, guys. I mean, the stream itself has been live for like 38 hours straight right now, and we've not gone below 800 viewers for that amount of time, which is actually bonkers. So, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alipe1, for the Prime sub. I appreciate you. Again, if you guys enjoyed, do not forget to support. And like I say, we'll be back tomorrow with WardiTV Mondays. I'm not sure what the lineup's going to look like, because obviously a bunch of players will be traveling back from China. But the Koreans might be back home, honestly. Like, if they have a flight that gets them home kind of somewhat early, some of them might play in the evening, to be honest. So, what number Monday is it tomorrow, guys? 70? 2? Nope. I didn't think it was. 70. It's 70, right? Because last week was 69? Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not sure who's going to play tomorrow, but, I mean, a lot of players will be around. It's just a question of, like, do we have Classic, Hero, Solar, Kua? Probably. Because obviously Clem won't be home, but maybe those four will be here, maybe they won't be. So we might have an interesting run, or we might just have MaxPax dominate. Who knows? Who knows? So, yeah. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I appreciate you all. And I will see you guys next time for more StarCraft 2. I hope you guys have a wonderful west of your day. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. And there will be a YouTube VOD up in about an hour and a half. I'm going to start uploading the matches from the All-Stars event. So if you want to watch some of those, especially on YouTube, you can check that out. Just in general, watch what you can. How to go watch the All-Stars cast early. Just wanted to swing by to say thanks. No worries. Thank you so much for watching. Although that was 7 minutes ago. God, I'm terrible at reading YouTube chat today. Damn. Terrible at reading YouTube chat today. Time to play from an internet cafe in Hangzhou? Yeah. I guess Rogue as well can't play because, well, like I said, the Koreans might get back. How long does it take to fly from flights? Hang on, Google flights. How long does it take to fly from Hangzhou to Seoul? What do you guys reckon? If we fly back tomorrow. I'm just wondering how long it takes. It's like a 2-hour flight, man. It's like a 2-hour flight. If they have a morning flight, if they fly in the morning, they could absolutely make it home on time to play some WardiTV Mondays. Who knows? That's not bad at all. Sick. Well, there you go, guys. Maybe we will see some of the players tomorrow that we weren't expecting. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. And like I say, I'll be back tomorrow with more WardiTV Monday action, and then OSC Championship on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Like I say, keep watching the content, keep enjoying it. I appreciate all. I can't like the fact we're still almost at 1,400 subs, and it's like the 19th. It's the 18th of January. Like we've been at like 1,400 subs for like freaking 2-3 weeks or something. Like it's actually insane. Actually crazy. What's up, Junkie John? Thank you for the 3-month resub. GG, you rock this weekend. Thank you so much for the kind words. I really feel like I killed it, to be honest. I'm genuinely impressed that I didn't... I think I did pretty well, considering the schedule, to be honest. So, I kind of feel it too. I'm pretty happy. Alright, I love you guys. I'll see you all later. You guys have a great rest of your day. And I will see you guys in tomorrow's stream. Thank you, Scorpion, for gifting us. Up to Eddie as well. I'll leave you guys with the Ladder Legends video because they're sponsoring the championship. And I've already done my ads, so I'll leave you guys with the Ladder Legends. And then I'll host someone up on Twitch and YouTube. You guys will just be going offline. Appreciate you guys. Bye.
StarCraft is a freaking hard game. When you look at where you are and then where the very best are, improving can start to feel like an impossible task. But it doesn't have to be this hard. Enter Ladder Legends. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy aimed at helping you understand, enjoy, and improve at StarCraft. More than that though, Ladder Legends is a community where StarCraft gamers can get together, make new friends, and dive deeper into the game with them. With incredible coaches and talent like Groovy, Mixu, Gamer Richie, and Tempo, you know something special is happening here. The folks over at Ladder Legends have big plans too, and aim to expand their services into other games. Potential titles include Apex Legends, Valorant, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, and more. Join their Discord to let them know what you want to see out of them. And if you only care about StarCraft, join their lively and active Discord anyway. They've also recently launched a fabulous website for their academy, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, the ability to book one-on-one coaching, and more. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen. Once again, thank you to Ladder Legends for the support. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy specializing in StarCraft for the moment, which has helped people who have been hard stuck break through that ceiling and hit ranks like Masters and even Grandmasters in as short as a month. Be sure to check out their fantastic new website, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, and the ability to book one-on-one coaching. Gain access to all of that and more by subscribing to Ladder Legends for as little as £14.99 British pounds a month. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen.